right, cool. We'll pop the EVA up here.
Okay, adjustable equipment setter.
There we go. I'll be back in a second.
Installed in the clamshell on one side and to the back loop on the tent. The other two sides.
All right, good work, Sultan. We saw the same thing. We like that config. So we're going to have you head back over to crew lock bag 1. And there was a large small that you had pre-staged outside of that. We want to make sure that's back on the crew lock.
All right, in where I can, but I need to do 2 more fasteners that I haven't done. In the port side. Right.
And for big picture, Sultan, when you
go back in 3.
And yes, for Steve, you're going back into WIF 3, which is the top left.
All right. Thank you.
And your settings are 6 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Papa Papa Fox 6. Okay.
Good work. And for Sultan, as you get back to the crew lock bag, I'm going to have you check a couple items. We're not going to do a full crew lock bag inventory, but I'm going to just have you check off a couple items that we used on this EVA.
Again, and there a minute, your full view.
Bowen and Alniati continue cleanup procedures during today's spacewalk. As you can see, the articulating portable foot restraint has been removed from the Canadarm 2. Meanwhile, Alniati has been covering the S-band antenna with the MLI that was removed prior to attempts to remove the RFG from its stanchion.
All right. I've got black on back, the good wiggle pull test. And 6 Papa Papa Fox 6. If I could still in place.
Okay, copy, Steve, and can you just double check the pitch knob is locked and it can be depressed?
This knob is locked and it can be depressed. The problem with this one is the collar or the whiff actuation mechanism. It again gave me the indications that it was locked, black on black, but it was not locked, and it wouldn't stay in place. And it was. I actually tried to take it back out, pushed it back in to get it to go black on black. So it's in now, but I don't have high confidence in the collar on this one. It was difficult to move the collar.
Okay, yeah, we copy. Thanks for those words, Steve, and we've got those notes down. So at this point, you are actually go to give me a glove and hap inspection, please.
Okay, let me get this right off the APFR.
For Sultan, we want you to double check on that crew lock bag that you picked up the large small that we had pre-staged on that handrail.
That's affirmative. It's hooked to the bag again.
Copy, and then we want you to verify that the hammer and the pry bar are in the crew lock bag.
We have got the hammer and the pry bar in the crew lock bag. And you can confirm from live view as well.
Okay, copy. And then the other last two things we want to check is the wire tie caddy and then the two wire ties in series that you had put together to use that we didn't use.
Okay, the wire tie caddies is inside, just checking for the wire
And you do not need to open the bag.
Last time I checked it in. I haven't used them under the wire caddy.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You're going to put that on your BRT, and then we're going to have you translate back over to where you installed the AET, and I'm going to have you do one quick adjustment on it on your way back to the airlock.
All right, copy and work.
All right, and my gloves to give my hap is dry.
Copy, Steve. So you can translate off of the CETA cart, and as you do so, please depress the port CETA brake pedals twice as you go by, and then you can translate to the anchor hooks.
The port CETA brake, they go by. I will put that in work. Hey, Brett, you pressed twice.
And we copy the brake pedals. Thank you.
Want to get started as well?
And Steve, sure, we'll take it as you go by.
Yeah, we're started.
And we are about 5 minutes from sunrise.
Hey.
Okay, and we'll look back to our BRT, ready for clamshell extra work.
Yeah, so the AET, we had you loop one side on the clamshell, and then the other side we said to hook it. What we'd like you to do is just take that side that you hooked and unhook it and loop it through just like you did the other side. So therefore, both sides are looped through and hooked back to the AET itself.
Okay, I see. Thanks. I'll do that now.
And Steve, reminder, you're looking for mile marker 5760.
Yeah, I thought I could, maybe I could run down and put those other two bags back in the crew lock. Give Sultan one less thing to do. How does that sound for a plan?
With that? Yeah, copy. We're good with that plan.
Okay, yeah, head down there right now.
Okay, ET, loop back to itself, both sides.
We appreciate that, Sultan. And so now you can translate over to the airlock.
Copy.
So as you get back to the airlock, you can coordinate how you guys want to get things back in. We have crew lock bag 2 and crew lock bag 3 above the airlock toolboxes, and we have the GoPro on the side of the crew lock.
Copy that.
All right, Sultan, I'm right here. I can hand you down the bags. Once you put your crew lock bag in, I'll hand you these bags.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have a handover of our satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. Both astronauts Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati have completed the cleanup portion of today's spacewalk. They are now moving back toward the Quest airlock.
That's rough. Point of view.
Oh, I see it.
They have a couple bags to retrieve that will be stowed in the airlock. Afterward, both astronauts will close the hatch once they have ingressed.
It'll open the thermal cover.
And we copy thermal cover open. And a reminder, you have 3 large small rets on that D-ring extender, 1 for each of the crew lock bags 1, 2, and 3.
Copy, Ann. Thanks.
And Sultan, just for your awareness, we're looking at the SCUs, good call by your crewmate inside. And just note that both of the SCUs are kind of routed on the forward side of the airlock. So before you ingress, you may want to move Steve's onto the aft side of the airlock.
Right. Right. I'm just going to wait before I ingress. Steve, you good with that GoPro to bring back?
I was going to bring down, if you can come out and just...
all right, I'll just so crew lock back number 1 and then...
Yeah, and then come back out. I'll give you crew lock bag number 2 and number 3.
All right, thanks.
And then we'll be, you can get the GoPro while I run out to the...
All right.
Let me get the... Brett to both of the crew lock bags. And then bring them down.
And we copy.
Actually, I can probably grab that GoPro too. Take these right now. You're ready. Here's crew lock bag number 2.
You want to English all the way?
What's that?
You want it English?
I want you to put this inside.
Okay, I'll do that. Let me route your SCU first.
Okay.
Do you have a visual of my waste tether?
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to hook to the alternative extender
Okay.
my other waste tether, and large hook is get closed, lock, black on black. Small hook, get closed, lock, black on black. Okay, yeah, can you use the waste tether from your side?
Okay.
Waste tether, can you reduce it from your side?
What waste tether?
To the handrail.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I got 2 handfuls of bags. If you already bought the FCUs, I can hand these bags to you.
All right. Hold on.
Actually, I'll release that waste tether. I can do that. Right here.
Yeah, that'd be helpful, and I'll be ready once you're done.
Okay, your waste tether is released.
Okay, thanks.
And I don't have any place to hook it.
Just release it. Okay. Be secured inside.
This view from Sultan Al Nayati's helmet camera as he is inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
And Steve, can you confirm that's both 2 and
Okay,
3 crew lock bags?
I have 2 and 3 right next to me.
Okay, copy.
Both
Thanks.
ready. And bring the head in.
Okay, Steve, ready.
All right, here's 2. Get it?
Hold on.
All right, let me try and roll over a little bit more. Okay, here's 2.
This view outside the airlock as NASA astronaut Steve Bowen prepares to ingress.
And I'm going to release yours.
Okay. Good.
Bye. It's coming your way.
Got it. Let go. All right. Here's Cross back 3.
The International Space Station recently crossed into an orbital daytime, but in the distance you can see Earth's moon, the destination of NASA's Artemis program.
They have a red to it.
I may release my ret back to you. I've got too many rets out here.
Okay, you can do that.
Okay, here comes that ret coming up to you.
All right.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll go get the GoPro, and then I'll head out, and we'll...
And we can yeah, so crew locks bags 1, 2, and 3 are in the airlock. So once we have the GoPro in, then Steve, you can also you can go out to the anchor hooks.
All right. And the GoPro attached.
Copy. And we see you translating out.
Well, I'm going to translate out and out the cell phone, then I'll head out. I've got too many hooks on me right now.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, if you're ready to receive this, I'll give you the big hook. And tell me when you got to secure it to something. Let me get to... All right. Okay, go. I see what you're doing. Once you just attach the tip, right? I'll give you the big hook when you got it. Okay? You release it? Yeah, I can release it. All right. I'm going to head out to the others.
All right, I'll be waiting for you.
Good work.
That's good.
Out to mile marker 5760.
5760 on my way.
And just for your awareness, the arm is going to move a little closer to ESP2. No impact.
You're doing copies. Thanks. All right, 5760.
Okay, copy, Steve.
Configured here.
All right, Steve, as you get set, your first step is going to be to ret to EV2's anchor hook. It's the one that's on 3217, the diagonal inboard handrail.
3217, ret to the anchor hook. All right. Release the tension in that a little bit.
This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Steve Bowen as he continues cleanup procedures. We are now 6 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Emirati astronaut Sultan Al Nayati has ingressed to the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
So Steve, you're going to ret to that one as you are. Then you're going to release it and hook it to your anchor hook, or sorry, that anchor hook to your waist tether with gate closed, sliders locked.
All right. Let me get my waist tether ready. All right. Got my right waist tether. To the top. All right. Got his tether, his green, his hook, blank hook, gate closed, slider locked. My right waist tether, gate closed, slider locked.
Copy, Steve. That is a good safety tether config. That's now your primary safety tether path. You are now go to release your anchor hook from 3011 just to your left, and you can stow it on your workstation.
All right, 3011.
for your awareness, Steve, all my wheels are, all hooks are closed, locked black on black, attached to the airlock through my waist tether. Both hooks are closed, locked black on black. You're good to go.
All right, then head back.
And we copy, Steve. And good word, Sultan. And Steve, as you move inboard, just a reminder, as you go by the CETA cart, we'd like you to depress those brake pedals 2 times.
All right. You get caught on handrail that didn't know existed.
And Sultan, now that Steve's heading back your way, you are go to remove your SCU from the stowage pouch and remove your DCM cover and connect your SCU to your DCM.
All right, copy. We'll put that in work.
Having released the necessary anchor hook as well as Sultan Al Nayati's anchor hook, Steve Bowen is headed back to the airlock following his safety tether.
And Sultan, you can also turn your HECA off.
All right.
The view below Bowen is that of the North Pacific Ocean as the space station travels 260 statute miles above it.
Off and LEDs off.
Copy, LED off.
All right. Go to CETA cart. Remember, CETA cart, brakes depressed.
We copy, brakes depressed, so you can head back to the airlock. And as you enter the airlock, you can also turn off your HECA.
Oh boy, they're returning to the airlock just in time for me to come back. Lovely. You solved quantum physics. Oh, good for you.
Discovery.
Flash booty, 50-month resub. Quantum physics equals Enderman. Oh. They've been returning to the airlock for the past half hour or so, I think. Yeah, but that's the airlock. This is the airlock inlet right there. So time for a FUD stream then? Maybe. This would be amazing reference footage for first-person space gaming. Can you imagine an EVA video game Magic Hut? That would be ridiculous. I mean, but then again, there's EVA.
And if you could relay something to the...
There is stuff like that, like Hardscape and stuff.
MCT, we'd like to take our queen to
I hope so, Thor.
take on Foxtrot 6.
Hey, Alex, what's going on? What were they doing? I'm not 100% sure what Steve and Sultan were out there doing. From what I could tell just before I clicked it on, before I left, it looked like they were messing with the Iros' solar panel mounts. Do you know what those circular grinder-looking things are? These things? I know what a lot of stuff in this view is. So that's a longeron pin and bracket for this. This is the ESP. It's the external stowage platform. What you're looking at basically right there, the longeron pins for the external stowage platform. Basically the external stowage platform is a pallet for the space shuttle. That's what it is. Those pins are where it hooked into the shuttle payload bay. That is a space. I inhaled pollen. Damn outside. That's a space shuttle pallet, dude. That space shuttle pallet they sent up when they brought up the like a little bit after when they brought up the Quest airlock. It's called the external stowage platform. It's literally where they keep the tools and stuff. Yeah. This right here is the Quest joint airlock right there. There's the inlet hatch on the airlock. And if I'm looking at the orientation correctly, that's Rasvet over there, a Russian airlock that was brought up on the space shuttle. It has a similar longeron pin. And then that's the Destiny module right there. What you're looking at here is the truss segments for the S1 truss segment. Yep. These housings right here, it's pretty obvious to see it. It's a nitrogen and oxygen tank. It's the N2 and the O2 tank for repress of the airlock, if I'm remembering right. Salute, 5-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, I know, Claude Boy. It's a pain in the butt. What is this EVA mission for? It looks like they were doing something with the solar panels. Alex, you just finished your second week at Airbus Space Electronics. It's been a great ride so far. Upper floor is full of people working on either JUICE, MSL, ERO, and got a few stories. It's pretty wild. That's cool, man. Blue Flare, you're 21 as of today. Ooh, congratulations. You've taken your first step into a larger world. Boundary is the name of that space FPS, guys. Yeah, Boundary is the name of it. Hey, Dimit, 3-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Signer. Yeah, they're closing the external hatch. This is a FOD cover to make sure micrometeorites don't hit the airlock. They're just buckling it up. If this looks like it's a chore, it's because it is.
This. And the magnet actually looks like it's attached. Excellent. Right there, let me adjust my cooling.
Easy. One thing that they've always confused me is why they
Steve,
haven't tried to make EVA suits smaller after all these years. And then you're going to be... Is there a need to make them smaller? I mean, Tara, it's basically the same. I mean, yes, there obviously is, right? But it's the same status quo stuff. It's literally the same reason why we've used the space shuttle for 30 years. Same reason.
TCB setting to a lower number to minimize the risk of fogging prior to putting on your SEU.
Dragon could take them up there. Serious.
Alright, let me fix that.
And for EV2, I've got my...
If anyone is interested in watching Falcon 9 launch, the rocket launch viewpoint in Port Canaveral is filling up.
TCB settings is 3.
Copy. TCB settings for Sultan is 3, and copy your SEU is connected.
So what they're doing now that the FOD cover's closed, they're going to close the hatch, and then they're going to plug the suits into station HVAC systems. That's what the SVC, I think is what it's called, is. And then they'll repress the airlock. You don't want to operate the EMU inside of the airlock when it's repressurizing. There's really no point in doing that. So right now they're basically plugging into the station HVAC systems, plugging into the station air, and shutting their backpacks off.
We copy.
I'm going to need you to find my SEU, first of all.
Okay,
And I'm not sure what I'm bumping up against.
Stand by. It's me, so I'll move forward.
Thank you. And I'm trying to find the SEU pouch.
Okay, let me find...
I don't know where it went.
Okay, your SEU is here.
What does that mean? Okay. My SEU is here.
They're stored in this part of the quest airlock. You'll see them put them back on their racks. There's 2 racks on either side of the airlock, so this way and that way. And it's basically like you hang the suit up on it, and then they undo the belt on the suit, and you come out. You egress out of the suit out the bottom. How long has the station been manned? The station has been continuously manned for 23 years. Damn it. Since Expedition 1 in 2000.
There we go. Stop that clear again.
Has it ever been unmanned? Yeah, of course. It was unmanned from 1998 to 2000, Astra. Yeah, before it was ready to support humans on it. The shuttle made a couple of trips to it, and the Russians launched the Zvezda, the power and propulsion, or the service module for it, basically. There's Woody Hoberg right there. There's the backpack racks. See these things? There's one over here and one over there. That's where they mount the suits. This is the door to the airlock. Yeah, they had to outfit the station with minimal capability first. So they did that from 1998 to 2000. And then from there, it's been continuously habitated. Fun fact: the first crew that inhabited the space station, Expedition 1, didn't even come up on a shuttle. They came up on Soyuz. Sergei Krikalev, Bill Shepard, and yes, there's an astronaut named Bill Shepard. Or was, he retired. I forget the third guy's name from Expedition 1. But yeah, we're on Expedition 68, 69 right now. The station has been continually habitated for 23 years.
All right, we like that answer. So for both of you, you can now switch your water to off OFF forward and expect water is off message.
Bill Shepard, Yuri Gidzenko, and Sergei Krikalev. Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
Yuri Gidzenko, I forgot him.
Water is off. EV2, water is off.
No, DeVrijo. No. No relation.
Okay, we copy Steve and Sultan. You both have your water OFF, and we'll hold here for 2 minutes. I want to take a moment to congratulate you on the successful spacewalk. We're nearing 25 years of spacewalks on the ISS in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Steve, congratulations on your 8th EVA and your first in 12 years.
Woody.
Sultan, you've now entered an exclusive club of humans who have stepped out into the void of space. And in doing so, you've marked a milestone for the United Arab Emirates. This is a historic moment for the expanding face of global cooperation. Congratulations to you both.
And I know things didn't go exactly as we had hoped, but we were trying something that we had never really intended to do, and sometimes that doesn't work, but it was a tremendous opportunity, and I really want to thank the Robo community for getting that SAS located where it was. I would have headed to try and carry that with us, but everybody, the whole team did a fantastic job. I really appreciate all the work that went into it. And it's been a great honor to be a participant in Sultan's very first spacewalk, and I'm sure he has a few words to say as well.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. It's a great moment for the UAE. I would like to thank my leadership of the UAE and the USA, specifically MBRC and NASA, for believing in us and for giving us this opportunity. This might be the first in the Arab world, but definitely won't be the last. We have astronauts under training now to undergo future missions to the ISS, to the lunar service, and to Mars. So I would like to thank everybody who helped preparing us for this moment. I have, first of all, allow me to say a few words in Arabic. أحب أشكر والدتي ووالدي على هذه الثقة الغالية اللي أعطوني إياها. دعوات المفارقة أريد أشكر عائلتي، شكرا القيادة الرشيدة، الامارات والولايات المتحده الامريكيه بالتحديد مركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء وناسا على تقدم وتوصيلنا لهذا المكان.
was
والحمد لله
Hotbox.
هذه مجرد بدايه في مهمات فضائيه الى المحطه والى القمر والى المريخ باذن الله. وشكرا جميعا.
شكرا Sultan. شكرا.
Thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you, Steve and Sultan, for those words.
I only caught the very end of it where he said thank you, everybody.
And that takes our 2 minutes. So at this time, Steve, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and verify the handle position per the hatch decal, and then close and lock the hatch.
Okay, they're going to close up the outer hatch.
All right. Outer hatch is clear. And the handle's where it's supposed to be per the decal.
So you did see Anne McLean is capsule commander. She's sitting over there. She's a NASA astronaut. Yeah, they're coming back in from an EVA, Grab Shark. Yeah, Magic, I got the gist of what you're saying. It's pretty nuts, right?
With both astronauts now back inside the airlock, Steve Bowen will close the airlock hatch, ahead of beginning repressurization. We're now at 6 hours and 54 minutes into the spacewalk. Again, that spacewalk started when the spacesuits were set to battery power.
Yeah, Tech Guy, I know what you mean. That's all the station telemetry. That's what they're all controlling in the ISS MCC. They're all monitoring the systems on board, and obviously the capsule commander, Capcom, so the person that's talking to the astronauts is the person that's monitoring the astronauts. I know. Usually it's an astronaut as well. You're looking inside of the Quest airlock here, so through this door you can see Steve and Sultan through there. Well, I mean, Woody's looking through it right now, right when I said that. This is astronaut Woody Hoberg. Stephen Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayedi are in there. You can see them floating around in there. They're coming in from doing work out on the station. I'm not sure exactly which work they were doing, but if I had to guess, it's something in support of the rollout solar arrays that will be installed. But yeah. Here you can see the suit racks here. This is where the EVA suits bolt up, and they kind of store them right here. All these kind of arms up there for mounting cameras, like the one that we're watching here. Right here is the bulkhead between the Quest airlock and Node 1, the Unity node. In fact, you could just see a bit of Node 1 right here, where this camera is in Node 1 looking into the airlock. How long in the airlock typically? It doesn't take very long. NASA did set up the channel on Twitch, didn't they? Why is it always off? Because it's not... There's not really... The person that runs it changes, Joe. That's the right way to say that. Like, as personnel rotate in and out of media positions and public affairs positions at NASA, you know, I'm not even sure the predecessor told them, like, told the current person that they have a Twitch channel, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if they were smart, they'd hire your boy here to do this on their actual channel. But I'd run their Twitch streams for them, sure.
To do that, verify that O2 ACT press is displayed on your TCM.
Yeah, then, yeah, it's terrible, Hotbox, I know.
Ground IV Anne McLean has handed duties back over to Suit IV Woody Hoberg. This view of the equipment lock portion.
Okay. O2 actuator press on EV2.
All right, give me a minute.
So this toothbrush-looking thing that Woody has, that's the microphone for the radios. Woody has the checklist right there. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he put in earplugs. I'm not sure why. It's always interesting to me, guys, just on a side note, that if you look over here, see that thing? That's a barometer, pressure indicator. Yeah, I don't think I need to say why you'd want that in the airlock or near the airlock. I'm just putting it out there. Pretty much magic. I mean, NASA has the NASA Twitch account has come in here and says, the NASA Twitch account has come in here and said that, you know, I should just keep doing what I'm doing. So, okay, I'll take that as a not an endorsement, but a seal of approval, and I'll yeah, we'll go from there. The ISS is loud. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they did that during the Perseverance launch. Yep, you can see him floating out there. Why does the station always look so trashed? Because it's a working laboratory, ZMS. I would be wondering if it was super clean. If it was super clean, nothing would get done. It would just look nice. It's not there to look nice. It's a scientific laboratory. Yeah, 6 to 8 hours, Julio. Oh, speak of the devil. You're passing the 7-hour mark here.
Just confirm you saw that O2
I couldn't believe it, Knoxville.
displayed on your DCM.
That O2 extra. To get it over.
Just needed to move a little bit. Believe it or not,
we've now crossed into the 7-hour mark of today's space.
Believe it or not, this is actually pretty clean. Yeah, it's not bad.
8:11 a.m. Central Time this morning.
Finally.
Yeah, nice one, Steve. Steve, on the EV hatch, check that the MPEV is closed.
MPEV is closed.
That was quick.
Copy closed. All right, we're going to start the crew lock repress now at 2012. Let me know if you'd like me to increase or decrease the rate. We'll start slow.
All right, thank you.
Okay, they're going to start airlock repress right now. It's funny how Steve was like, yeah, I got it. Steve Bowen has done a lot of work on the ISS over the years. This is his 8th EVA. His partner in crime out there, Sultan Al Nayedi, this is his first time. So we have a master and an apprentice. Steve Bowen did a lot of work during the shuttle missions. In fact, he's the only NASA astronaut to fly back-to-back shuttle missions, which is pretty damn impressive.
Pressure increasing.
Nancy?
Pressure's increasing.
Yeah, Mark. Supposedly, yep. Why are these noobs not wearing their mag boots? Yeah, I know, right? Amateurs. What's up, Etal? How you doing, bro?
How's the rate feeling?
Has anyone ever flown on every single shuttle? Yep, a couple of people have. Actually, I think it might only be one dude. Story Musgrave. F. Story Musgrave. From Boston. Flew on every single space shuttle. Challenger, Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour. Yep, flew on every single shuttle. Didn't fly on Enterprise. Falcon Heavy still launching. Supposedly, the weather is not trending very well, guys. We'll see what happens with O3B Power 3-4 and ViSat 3 Americas. We should have 2 launches within 2 hours of each other.
And with repressurization of the crew lock beginning, that rounds out today's spacewalk time at 7 hours and 1 minute, beginning at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and ending at 3:12 p.m. Central Time.
70% favorable for O3B Power. Nice.
Pressure in the
Very
crew
good.
lock is now 1.27 psi and climbing.
Power upgrades. So they were supporting Irosa's stuff. That's what I thought.
During today's
Cool.
spacewalk, the
Will you be sad when they trash
astronauts,
the ISS?
were
Yep.
able to route some cables as well as secure some multi-layer insulation that prepares 2
MLI.
mod kits for future installation of the Irosa.
How did that man survive Columbia? Well, he wasn't on it when it blew up. He flew on it during one of its successful missions. You guys got to remember, when we lost Columbia, it had already done 30 missions. It was the 30-second mission that got it, which still a bullcrap reason, man. I'm going to chalk that one up to a universe glitch. Yeah. Yeah, Columbia had already done 30 missions by the time STS-107 came around, guys. Pretty nuts, right?
The astronauts then moved into cleanup period before ingressing the airlock, and again we are in repress. Again, that rounds us out at a 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk today.
You want to know? In fact, you guys want to know how crazy the shuttle program was in the when it started? So, the first shuttle mission, right, was in 1981, basically the middle of 1981, April 12, 1981. We lost Challenger on January 28, 1986. Now, 1981 and 1982 supported the 4 orbiter flight test missions. By 1983, when STS-4 concluded, that's when the shuttle entered operational phase. By 1986, the shuttle had racked up 25 missions total, 10 of them on Challenger. Now, that doesn't seem like much, right? It doesn't. Okay, 10 missions from basically 1983 to basically 1986, but you got to remember, that's the start of 1983 to the start of mid 1983 to the start of 1986. That's nuts. That's 2.5 years, 10 missions for Challenger, and 15 for Columbia. That's a lot of flying. Well, I mean, if you minus the 4 orbital flight test, that's 11 missions for Columbia. And we lost Challenger on the 10th mission. Now, think about that. Kind of parse that in your brain with how much we fly the Dragon capsule nowadays. Endeavour first flew in 2020, and it's up there right now on its 4th mission. Right? We're talking about a flight rate flying basically twice as much as Dragon flies right now. That is absurd. That's an absurd amount of flights for the space shuttle. Think about that for a second. That's a lot of flights for a vehicle so complicated. Pretty cool, right? They flew a lot, man. What kind of internet do they have on the ISS? And they have pretty much the best internet around. The problem is, most of the bandwidth is taken up with all these systems that downlink to mission control to tell what the ISS is doing. So you have really low ping, right? You have super low ping with the ISS, like if you're going on Twitter on there, but the bandwidth is getting hogged by all of this stuff. The ISS has a really, really nice connection. Really, 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 really fast. But yeah, if you can only really check your email up there at best. If you tried to play Counter-Strike or something up there, it would not work. You would lag out. Yeah, Alex is pretty damn good, man. Although to be fair, each Dragon stays, much longer than shuttles do.
Okay, guys, we're going to hold here 2 minutes for a leak check. Correction, 3 minutes for a leak check.
Where's that? Copy.
Okay, they're doing a suit leak check here.
With the completion of today's spacewalk at 7 hours and 1 minute,
yeah, leak checks are
we have a
normal.
readout of our spacewalk stats so far. In total, this was the 261st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 4th out of the space station this year, but the 2nd for Expedition 69.
Nice.
Today was the 8th spacewalk for Steve Bowen, totaling 54 hours and 19 minutes, and obviously the very first for Al-Niyadi with 7 hours and 1 minute. That was today's spacewalk total time, but in total, with those 261 spacewalks, that is equal to 69 days,
Nice.
3 hours, and 24 minutes of spacewalking time.
They are on a salary pay with hazard pay when they're on orbit, Jackal. Nice. Two minutes for suit leak checks. They're at 117.
Guys, while we're waiting here, you can check that your glove heaters are off, OFF.
They're
Is it
off
3?
at 81.
Thank you.
EV2 off.
Okay, and check your gloves for contamination. Let us know if you see anything.
I just have a couple little smears by grease or just, I don't know what. Just usual black stuff. Normal.
And EV2 gloves nominal.
The uniforms haven't changed. The on-orbit clothing hasn't changed much. Italics. Now, if the next joke that you're gonna make is, wow, those are so out of style, they should burn them. That's exactly what they do. They don't wash clothes on the ISS. Waste of water. Seriously, they literally take the dirty clothes, put them into a capsule or a resupply vehicle that's disposable, and they burn up in the atmosphere. Not even kidding. Clothes are out of style, man. We should burn them. That's exactly what they do. They also burn poop as well. True story. Things don't tend to get as dirty in microgravity, though, right? Yeah. Sweat, though. Sweat. Baby sweat. Baby sweat. Baby sweat.
All right, Steven Sultan, now leak check passed with flying colors. You can take your O2 actuator to IV.
How come it's a waste of water? Isn't that pretty much all the water being recycled in the end? They get a good deal of it back, MNML, but there's no sinks on the ISS. There's just a toilet. There's no sink. How you gonna wash clothes? Honest question. Now, don't get me wrong. This is probably something that we should figure out in the future. You know, throwing clothes away is not. All right. But why would we do that?
Let me know if you'd like to change the rates.
Dry cleaning. Don't know. I expected them to have some sort of device in the wall. Yeah, right. You just put it in the hat. Deca dry. Your jacket is now dry. No, you don't need to. Now, don't get me wrong. I think we're going to need to figure that one out in the future because having to resupply the moon, lunar base constantly with clothes is kind of cringe. But who knows? I mean, they did have a shower on Skylab, and this is kind of the reason why they don't do this here. Basically, yeah, the shower is inside of a gigantic balloon. And basically the balloon has a vacuum at the front, and the water pressure gets pumped out, and you literally, all the water gets sucked down through the bottom. It kind of works, but it's not the best. Not the best, but yeah, they did do that on Skylab. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really, really good way to drown in space. Oh my, OnlyFans. Oh my God. Yeah. So that's a thing, but it's a little bit cumbersome. Now, once again, I'm not saying we couldn't make something better. We absolutely could.
Helen and Andrei Fedyayev, 3 Roscosmos cosmonauts, are in the pre-sleep portion of their evening. It's currently 8:23 p.m. GMT, the time used aboard the International Space Station.
Yeah, because Tedra's hand over. Because like, think about it, dude. How you gonna get the water to flow over you? There's not. We haven't really invented a good way to do that, right? Not because we can't, just because there's no need. Believe it or not, how astronauts like clean themselves up there is dry shampoo and baby wipes. No joke. Just done. Yeah. Literally baby wipes. NASA ships up like a lot of baby wipes on there. Yeah. Yeah, kind of, Nighthound. Yep, that sounds pleasing. How would you shave? Ever watch Wayne's World Reel? The suck cut? That's how you groom yourself. Yep, shift change. Where is the ISS over Earth right now? Where is the ISS over Earth right now? Yeah, it's near the Falkland Islands. Nice. When do you think we finally see a rotating module in space? We're gonna need a quicker and easier, more cost-effective way to get up there before we can start doing cool stuff like that, Squish. Think about it like this. How would you go and build, like, the Empire State Building without a dump truck? Right? How would you do that? Or a flatbed truck to move materials around. How would that fit? What are you going to do, horse and buggy? That would get a little expensive, wouldn't it? Need a lot of horse and buggies. We need to invent the truck that goes into space. We tried doing that with the space shuttle. Problem is when you encounter idiots that, oh, it's not safe. It's got a design flaw. Well, no, why don't we fix things down here? When you encounter people like that, progress stalls. As a Factorio player, I use conveyor belts. Good to know, man. So what you're saying is we need a shuttle. Starship will do it, Hank. No. I think shuttles are the future. Hank, to be honest with you, I just think the shuttle came in a little bit too before its time. If they had waited like 20 years and designed a shuttle in the 90s instead of designing it in the 70s and just kept going with Apollo architecture, oh, baby. Oh, we'd be sitting pretty. Mission Control has to write down notes for almost everything, right? So when the shifts change, the next person can have the knowledge of the previous events recently. You probably just tell them, Jackal, but yeah, something like that. Why do we fix things down here? Things get progressively worse. Driz, every time somebody says that, I'm not to say, now don't get confused. I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't fix things down here. What I'm trying to say is that there's always going to be problems down here because we're here, because that's what we do. We humans like to make problems. It's what we do, right? What I'm saying is that it's a mutually exclusive thing. Most of the time when somebody says, oh, we got to fix stuff down here, we got to fix stuff down here, most of the time that's basically picking a bone with spaceflight because it's low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? Like, the people that say, oh, we got to fix things down here have no idea how much spaceflight has benefited life down here. You ever use Google Maps? How do you think the satellite knows where you are? How do you think this satellite got up there? You ever use GPS in your car? Smartphones? Computing technology? Yeah, guess where all that came from? Miniaturization of electronics. Jeez. Wonder where we got that from. Oh yeah, it just fell down from space, right? Well, good luck with your future ride, spaceman. Right? Never use a cordless battery power tool. Bingo. There you go. All that stuff is kind of a direct result of NASA doing advanced research, right? Like, that makes life better down here. Like, that's you'd have your head in the sand or your head up your culo if you weren't able to understand that. All right, Ox. Also, they also take shots at space size as if somehow killing it will solve healthcare problems and such. Yeah, Aqualex, that's been done in the past. That was my gripe with Constellation. That was my big gripe. They tried to say, oh, no, we need to spread the healthcare. So I'm like, dude, I will end you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, spaceflight makes that better tech. Flying further into space makes life better down here. It's undeniable. And the funny thing is, people sit there and they whine about it on social media about how NASA is so expensive, blah, blah, blah. I see people do it, and people still doing it with SLS. Still do it. Oh, NASA's so damn expensive. Why are we doing this? This is doing bad on a smartphone that's using miniaturized electronic computing technology that can trace its roots right to the Apollo guidance computer. Curious. Yes, provocative. Yeah, Alex, I don't know. That'd be interesting. I'm sure they're doing research with it. Yeah, Erudite, don't argue with... Twitter's a zoo, okay? All right, here's the thing about Twitter, guys. Here's the thing. Twitter is a zoo, okay? You go to a zoo to enjoy the exhibits. But you don't see, like, the gorilla pit at the zoo and be like, I want to go down in there. I want to go down in there and hang around with gorillas. That's not going to make your life better, right? It's going to make it worse. Understand? It's going to make it worse. So if you want to go on Twitter, you want to go on Instagram, you want to go on Facebook, pick your social media poison, I guess, right? You want to go on there, just look at the exhibits. It's okay to look at the exhibits. It's okay to enjoy the exhibits. Don't become an exhibit, okay? Rip Harambe. That's right. Yeah, exactly. You want to go jump into the lion's den because, you like being a lion? That's fine. Don't get upset when you reap the consequences of that. Do you think humans will make affordable habitation on other celestial bodies like Mars in our lifetime? It's certainly viable, Minion. I'd say we're closer to doing it right now than we've ever been. Yeah, return to monkeys, Christian. Yep. Just so annoying when you know how wrong they are. Erudite, it's not against the law to be wrong about something. Remember that. Just saying. That man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. I wouldn't mind living on an O'Neill cylinder in orbit as your retirement home. It'd be great on the joints, right? Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, look at EJ is wrong most of the time, and yet we still watch him. Cope and seethe, Potato Bot. Cope and seethe. L plus ratio. Deal with it.
Has reached the appropriate pressure. We'll be standing by for hatch opening shortly. Again, today's spacewalk started at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and ended at 3:12 p.m. Central, 7 hours and 1 minute.
Phil. All right. 03 BM power got pushed an hour and 15 minutes from now. Hey, airlock's open. There we go. Taking off the light.
And obviously those hatches have been opened. The crew has been
Would have been
moved
nice if we
into
saw
the
it.
equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
There's Frank Rubio over there and Woody Hoberg.
Woody Hoberg at the bottom left of your screen and Frank Rubio on the top right are
Said
assisting
that, Leah.
Steve Bowen in removing the the simplified aid for EVA rescue.
Do you think Mission Control only puts the ties on for the live
Today was
broadcast?
Bowen's 8th spacewalk. And he now has a total of 54 hours and 19 minutes outside the hatch.
So that's the helmet attachment for the lights right there. Literally, they're just LEDs. This thing that says 15 on it, guys, is called the Safer unit. The Safer is basically your life vest in case you become untethered. This is a man overboard device. And if you look, it's got little thruster holes on it. See them right there? That is an EVA pack, like in Kerbal. It's an EVA pack just in case you get untethered. It's not designed for general work use. How they move around outside when they're EVAing is basically like a climber, like a mountain climber. You have two carabiners that are attached to your belt, and you hook one up, move to the next position, hook that up, unhook the first one. The safer unit is there in case of an emergency. It's like I said, it's basically a life vest. That was the microphone there. That's the safer pack right there. There's the patch for safer. Oh yeah, exactly, Angry. Yeah. We screwed up. So see, they have the suits mounted on the racks right there. Sultan on the left, Steve on the right. Yeah, it's an MMU with little to no Delta V. Yep. It's just enough to get you going back towards the station. Basically center you and push you back towards the station.
Suits. Another recap of what was accomplished today during the spacewalk.
There's the carabiners I was telling you guys about.
Portable
That's
restraints for future use.
Literally an electric drill.
They then moved out to the S6
More
truss,
like an impact
where
wrench.
they worked on the 1B mod kit. They routed some cables for the International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs, that'll be installed later this summer after arriving on SpaceX 28th resupply mission to the International Space Station.
They have a water line.
They also secured some multi-layer insulation.
Did they check for aliens? Yeah, that's what Woody's doing right now. That's what he's
there as well.
Yeah, that's the tool belt. Space
Both
tool
crew
belt.
members
See,
then
got the drill on
moved
it.
to the radio frequency group work on the S-band antenna. The goal was to remove the RFG, bring it inside the International Space Station, and then send it back to Earth for refurbishment. However, one bolt was unable to be removed, and the station and the RFG was unable to be removed from its stanchion. Therefore, it was resecured.
Oof.
The crew members then cleaned up their work sites before ingressing again, a 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk.
They broke a bolt. Somebody told me that, and I thought the person in chat was just messing with me when we were playing Hearts. They told me they broke a bolt. They actually did break a bolt. Oops. Oh, that's not ideal. They freaking snapped a bolt. Oh no. Are they gonna use a bolt extractor? I hope so. A couple of washers flew off, cryologs. It was you that told me that, right? I was like, I thought you were messing with me. I'm like, wait, what? Because I looked over and I was like, yeah, I was watching, but I didn't see that happen. Damn. Yeah, Eric, that's right. Woody's going through the checklist for taking the suits off here. What these EVA suits do is they're basically two pieces. They have basically pants and then the torso section, and then the gloves detach. So they'll take the gloves off first, and then the pants, and then they'll slip out of the torso section of the suit, like this way. They'll egress out of the suit towards the bottom. Gloves come off first, though. And you got to throw down your stick, too. Stick, gloves, and shirt. Okay. That's Frank Rubio moving in to help. This ain't hockey. You don't know that. Hockey in space. Admit it. You would try it. So right there is the actual airlock. And the airlock hatch is actually... I think it's down there. I think. Or it could be... No, it's over here. It's behind Woody. Over there. It's this way. If I'm remembering right. I might have my orientation off by 90 degrees. Yeah, Tuna, thermals up in space are a little bit different than they are down here. Would you visit a forest? Oh, boy. Would I visit a forest if it was floating in space in a dome? Yeah, maybe. In space, you wouldn't need the ice, so is it really hockey then? Hey, If you don't have ice and you don't have a street, so there's, you know, ice hockey, then there's street hockey, you'd be just floating around in air. So technically, Dink, it'd be air hockey. SpaceX Audio's online. W, the mission isn't for another hour and 10 minutes. They moved it back, Trehek. Weather is trending in the right direction, though. Well, actually, never mind. All right, that's fair. You know what would be cool, though? A Dakar rally on the moon. That would be insane. Literally death to, like, you'd have to be very careful. Hey, Chief, what's going on? So, lacrosse. Lacrosse is on grass. You guys are making me yawn. I'm going to go put another pot of coffee on. I'll be right back. Pots of brewing. You would need specific rules about time spent in contact with the ground, though. Otherwise, the most efficient way would be to just blast off and skim the surface. If somebody's dumb enough to do that, Zilorf, they deserve to win. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying, right? Like, okay, so a good rule for that would be no thrusters. You have to drive, so your vehicle can't have thrusters on it. There you go. No RCS. That would be a good way to get around that rule. I mean, you know, with no RCS, you can fly for as long as you want. Be prepared to reap the whirlwind when you come back down. Driving fast over the surface of the moon. Listen, man, I've played Kerbal many times. Driving fast over the surface of the moon usually doesn't end well. It usually ends with death. Yeah, no downforce either. Can you imagine? Dude, that would be so sketchy. You know what? Don't get me wrong. Someone would do it. But that would get really sus really fast, man. Ever heard of Evel Knievel? No, I never saw Star Wars. Yeah, that, dude.
Woody Hoberg and Frank Rubio
taking the gloves off.
The gloves from Sultan Al Nayati and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen after having completed today's 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk.
I didn't forget that at all, W. That was the first thing I said when I came on stream today. Where were you? Agalex, I still think paintball would be awesome.
Again, the 8th spacewalk
Can you
for
imagine
Bowen
playing paintball
in
Ender's
a
Game
new
style? That'd be sick.
history-making day for Sultan Al Nayati. He's the first astronaut from the United Arab Emirates to conduct a spacewalk.
That'd be really fun. Helmets off. See, I told you. The helmet's coming off, man. Let's go. Ain't no 2-minute majors getting thrown around here. Or 2-minute minors, excuse me. The shooting would just push you back. I know. You'd have to be very strategic because you'd do this. And
Two smiling faces after today's 7-hour and 1-minute spacewalk. Sultan Al Nayati of the United Arab Emirates on the left and Steve Bowen of NASA on the right. That will wrap up our coverage for today. You can check out nasa.gov/live for all of our upcoming events. But for now, with the completion of our spacewalk, that'll wrap it up. This is Mission Control Houston.
Leah? No, Leah. Just... Yeah. Coolio, can you imagine? Newton's third law. Shooting that paintball gun would be just like RCS. Another reason why firearms of any type are really not a good idea in space. Imagine if you had a machine gun, you're standing on a space station, you had a machine gun, you fired it, all you'd do, you'd go backwards and most likely punch a hole in the space station. Yeah, no, yeah. Even on the moon, not smart. Not a good idea. That we should, how about we don't do that? Approximately how much does that helmet cost? You don't buy helmets a la carte, Flyboy. They buy the entire suit, and if you have to ask, you probably can't afford it. No bullet drop. Every shot is like a laser. Would Titan be better than Mars if it was the same distance as Mars? Maybe. Very important technical question. If Happy Gilmore was on the lunar surface with a golf ball and a hockey stick, would his swing be able to put the ball into low lunar orbit? Oh, yeah. You hit that satellite! Oh, it shouldn't have been orbiting there. Didn't the U.S. military develop a recoilless firearm in the 60s for that exact reason? Yeah. I mean, a bazooka would work, Zilorf, if you really want to know. Something with backblast would work correctly. So like an RPG or bazooka, that would work fine. Millions and millions of dollars. Yep. Mister. Yeah, you know that Mister lady? I think I just killed her. Because firearms would not work in space, would they resort to using lasers? Yeah, something Star Wars, believe it or not, got right. For how unrealistic it is, right? Like, question, understandable about guns in space. Would that be the same idea for rail-based weapons? What? I don't know what you're trying to ask. Here's your link if you want to watch the Bolt. Right, it starts at the replay. Let's see. Let's see what we got.
Here's the plan. Steve, we are going to have you do Bravo 7 counter 2. Sultan, at the same time, we're going to have you gently push with a pry bar on the back side. And keep in mind that the PGT is only going to put in as much force as needed to start driving that bolt.
Dude,
so
that's a space pry bar. I've never seen them use that before.
It's
a freaking space pry bar. Look at it.
Go ahead and stop. Sultan, as soon as you see motion on the box, stop pushing with the pry bar.
Oh, no.
I copy all.
I copy all as well.
All right.
Where do you want to go, Steve?
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. Is that correct?
Hey, get position on this. I'm getting close.
Oh, that's bad.
And let it
Yep, and we see that.
try to collect. I shot and catch the washers.
And Steve, did you see where the bolt head went, or did that stay captive on your PGT?
Not yet. I haven't checked the end of the PGT yet. All right.
Copy.
It was at the end of the PGT.
Nope. It's gone. Yep, that's gone forever. You know when you drop a bolt, like when you're working on an engine on a car and you drop a bolt and it goes underneath the car, and you just hear the ding, 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 ding. Well, that's gone forever. That one actually is gone forever. Yeah, you're not getting that back. You're not getting that back. Bye. Just do the right thing and just pretend that don't exist no more.
I have the bolt head in hand. Put it in my trash bag.
Let me see. Let me see what happens here.
Correct?
Nice, Dad Joe. Let me see.
Hey, get good position on this. I'm getting close. Oh, it broke.
Oh. It wasn't a bolt, it was a 10 mil socket. Yep. Oof. Probably, I'm wondering why that happened. That bolt probably wasn't torqued right. But then again, it could have gotten hit with like a micrometeorite or something. What was that bolt needed for? I'm not exactly sure what this is, Jackal.
And let it. Hey, get good position on this. I'm getting close. Oh, it broke.
Oh, shoot! It broke. It broke. Coldwell is what I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe. And Aqualexa, you were talking about it. I'm pretty sure this stuff has anti-seize on it. I've seen them use anti-seize before. They definitely have it. I know they have it up there. And yes, it's literally the same as the anti-seize that we use down here. It's just aluminum flake powder. Right? I don't know. Oh, this is a piece of the iRosa. This is the rollout solar array. That's a piece of it, Jackal. See the rollers right there? This is something to do with that. There's 2 more external stowage platforms out there. I'm trying to figure out where they are on the ISS. They're on the truss segment, obviously. The ESPs are on the truss segments. These ESPs that are out sitting on the truss segments hold scientific instrumentation. There's the 2 radiators from the port side. That's the P4 and P3 and P4 truss segment out there, and then there's the solar array down behind me. RGU, they said. See? You know, well, if you're working on something, you break a bolt. Just happens. It happens, man. It happens.
It broke.
It happens, dude.
And let it.
Yep.
Oh, he's just like, all right. In my experience, you'll need a whole new space station now. You're not a mechanic by any chance, Litho, are you? Oh, I broke a bolt. Nope, need a whole new engine now.
We see that.
Trying to collect. I'm not going to try and catch the washers.
What did they install? Well, they uninstalled a Bolt 95. This was supporting rollout solar array operations, dude. It's electronics. It's an electronics box associated with degraded S-band communications.
And Steve, did you see where the bolt head went, or did that stay captive on your PGT?
Not
They were
yet. I
clearing
haven't
it, making
checked the end
space
of
for the
PGT
iRosa.
yet. All right.
Copy.
Yep.
It was at the end of the PGT.
He's like, no, no, come back. Ah.
I have the
All
bolt
right.
head in hand. Put it in my trash bag.
All right. That's the best.
It was at the end of
No.
the
He
PGT. I
has
haven't
one.
checked
He's
the
like,
end
I
of
got
the
it.
PGT yet.
I got it. Oh, I let it go. No.
All
No.
right.
Copy.
Oh. Well.
It was at the end of the PGT.
Wait, was that the
End of
bolt?
PGT
Hold on.
yet. All right.
Copy.
Oh, it was the bolt. There it is. There it is. The bolt knows where it is. The damn bolt. Oh, no. He got it?
It was at the end of the PGT.
There's no way.
I have the bulkhead in hand.
He caught it! It's in his
Pretty much
hand!
right.
One washer was going forward zenith direction.
Forward in
And-
the zenith direction.
It wasn't
Dude,
hitting anything.
it's in his
So it
hand. He
went
caught it.
zenith and forward of the station.
Whoa!
There is one on your
Absolute Giga Chad moment.
left.
Okay.
Immolated, this was a little bit earlier. The EVA just concluded, but they did break a bolt off. Dude, I didn't catch that. I thought he was trying to go for the washer. No. Just call him Vasilevsky. Bro, that freaking game, Tara. Can you believe that? What a freaking game. You gotta be kidding me. NFL is typing. All this with boxing gloves on, right? Right? Dude, I watched that game last night. When I got back from the grocery store. Holy crap, what a game that was.
Okay, recopy your tracking, Sultan.
Jeez. Oh, yeah. See that thing right there? Camera. I can't believe he caught the damn thing. That's cool. Well, it's moving 28,000 miles an hour. And he did catch it with his glove, Nulty, but he's also moving 28,000 kilometers an hour, so it seemed like it wasn't moving very fast. I just kind of hope the Leafs don't choke again, even though that'd be hilarious. Not close, Jackal, but something to keep in mind. Relatively slow. I'm waiting on the Bruins to choke. Pantai said it might happen. He just caught the fastest moving object ever. That comeback. Yeah, right, Coolio? And then they stuck a fork in him at the end by scoring an empty netter, dude. I couldn't believe that. Celtics are moving to the next round. Yep. Hang on. I think Brimo's using the grill. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. One moment. We got launches happening soon. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. That's what's going on. Dude, I started to smell stuff burning, and at first I thought it was like the coffee pot. And then I was like, oh, Brimo must be grilling something, but she's not using the grill. My neighbor's got his fire pit going, and his fire pit's like super close to the garage. I'm like, is this place burning down? Uh-oh. All right, and another push. What's the second thing that pushed? Team is resetting the clock, which is now counting down to 6:16. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Stinky. The Earth is flat. This is a great special effect in NASA's film studio. Chat, you see that? See Wild Rhino in chat? See that? That's bait. That's bait. Getting close with that Falcon Heavy launch. Yeah, it is, right? We have 2 launches tonight. We have O3B, M-Power 3 and 4, and then Falcon Heavy. Fully kidding. Dude, Wild, you have no idea how often people say that. Well, you probably do. Thank you for admitting that you're just messing around. Because some people take the, like, don't get me wrong. I appreciate good trolling just as much as the next guy. But, dude, some people go bananas with it, man. Dude, some people go bananas with it. You have no idea how crazy it gets. Dude. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, dude. I generally don't bother because I usually know that most people are just messing around. But sometimes, dude, I can't think of one off the top of my head because it happens so freaking often, especially when we're doing NASA stuff. I usually just ignore it. But one time I fed the trolls. This is a long time ago, and the guy I ended up banning him from the chat, and he started sending me messages, and I'm like, I didn't say anything. All I said was stay in school, and the guy got really mad. He got really mad. I was like, stay in school, pal. Click. The guy got pissed, dude. I'm like, bro, you need to chill. Hey, you got gifted a sub. Right on. Dude, he got really mad. that was not what he wanted to hear, I think. Like, think of every bad name in the book, dude. I got the you don't have a real job, screw you, all you do is play video games all day. You know, nice plethora of racial slurs. It was great. It wasn't. I'm like, stay in school, man. That's all I said. I didn't even reply to that part. I'm like, okay. Why it's only space. Why you have to be mad? You know. So yeah, what I usually do is just go with the Mad Max thing. See that? That's bait. Kind of roll from there. All right, so we should be getting up to some launches, but it looks like Falcons are. Hey, you paid it forward. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. We have the twin Falcons that should be ready to go, but yeah, they pushed back O3B mPower here. So there are two internet satellite constellations here for Intelsat. So O3B mPower 3 and 4 are on this Falcon 9. And then over here, you have Falcon Heavy, which is the ViSat 3 America's mission, which is another it's a telecommunications satellite. I wanted to see SpaceX do an Armageddon-style launch. The weather is trending in the right direction, dudes, from what I understand. So maybe we'll just talk about space until that happens. So EJ's Space and Rocket Review. Let's talk about space, babe. I'm educated, don't worry. Nah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I believe you. All right, so here, let's go over to next space flight here, and let's see what we got. So 616, 729 for O3B mPower 3 and 4, 616, and then ViSat 3 Americas is 729. Dude, that's close. Those two rockets are gonna almost Armageddon, right? Like that's why you guys are saying they're gonna Armageddon these two things back to back. Is Falcon Heavy expendable? So Chris, you want to hear something bananas? Not only do we have a Falcon Heavy teed up, right? SpaceX has a Falcon Heavy teed up. That Falcon Heavy is fully expendable. And I know that's not what people want to hear. That's a drone ship landing, O3MB power. Or O3B mPower, that's a drone ship landing. It's got its grid fins. Falcon Heavy has no grid fins, no landing legs on it. It looks very strange. Now, why? Why is it? Because this, as far as I remember, this is the first direct geo insertion for Falcon Heavy. It's a direct to geo, which is... That must be one heavy satellite, man. Oh yeah, they're gonna grab Falcon Heavy's fairings supposedly. Yeah, this is actually. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm usually bumming about like expendable missions, but this one actually is pretty insane. ViSat 3 has a 6-hour coast. That's a long time for an upper stage, especially one that's not really designed to go that far. I mean, I'm about to say, oh, it's not designed to go that far. It is because they're going to do it, right? But yeah, it's direct geo insertion with a big freaking satellite. You want to see the size of this thing? ViSat 3 Americas is not small, to say the least. There it is with some people. That's ViSat 3. That is a monster of a satellite. And you know what the thing is? That's not even that big of a sat, but still, look at the people next to it. It is a biggin. It's gonna yeet that. That's why they're using Falcon Heavy. That thing's gonna get a direct geo insertion. And the crazy thing about Viasat 3, want to hear something nuts? It's a ride share. There's three other primary payloads on board. Check this out. Viasat 3 America and others. It's got so Viasat 3, it's got Arcturus, which is a telecommunications satellite by Astranis Space Technologies, right? That one doesn't weigh very much. 6,400 kilos, guys. 6,400 kilos. That's a heavy duty pickup truck. That's heavy. Arcturus is 300 kilos. That's not too bad. It's about, what is that? 600 pounds, give or take. This thing is 12,000 pounds, which is just okay. Actually, that's more like a semi-truck, but I digress. They have Arcturus, and then they have G-Space down here. G-Space is New Centauri H1A. It's a placeholder satellite. So it's a placeholder satellite for Indonesia, so Indonesia can keep the slot. How geostationary communications satellites work is that you have slot, you have like real estate up there, you have slots. And the slot is correlative to latitude or longitude, excuse me. So it goes from 0 to 300 or 0 to 180. There's 0 to 180 east, 0 to 180 west, right? And depending on what slot you put in depends on like where you want your satellite to be, right? But if you purchase one of these slots, I guess, from the people that there's no people that oversee this, I suppose. But if you purchase the slot, right, and you don't launch a satellite up to it by a certain date, it goes back up. It basically, you vacated the spot. So that G-Space 1 is a placeholder satellite because the New Centauri satellite is not finished. It's not finished. They'll launch it later, and then G-Space 1 will move, and the New Centauri H1 satellite will actually take its place. There's no like sky landlords. It's just if you vacate, if you don't fill in the slot within a certain allotted time, somebody else will take it. Can you explain direct geo compared to any other launch trajectory? Yeah, sure, man. Direct to geo ends up being way more delta V. That's an awesome picture, Creeper. All right, so here, check it out. So you have Earth here, right? And then say out here. No, give me 5 minutes. Say out here is geo. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, how did you make the fairing for HLV? I don't remember off the top of my head. So you have geo out here. So how geo actually works? God damn it. I just didn't really, I didn't want to lose my train of thought, and saying stop, I'm busy made me lose my train of thought. Give me 1 second. Let me call Bree back. I'll get you in a second, Marco, I swear. Now I feel bad. Oops. I'm sorry, I didn't want to lose my train of thought, but saying no, I'm busy made me lose my train of thought.
I'm trying to get the gas going. I couldn't turn it, and then I got it turned, but now it's not coming up.
Okay.
Oh wait, do I have to turn? Oh, there we go.
You got to turn the grill on. You got to turn the grill gas regulators on too.
I got it now. All right, you're free. Sorry.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Crisis averted. Brimo's trying to use a grill, and I feel like I should be out there, but... All right, so... You have Earth right here, and you have Geo. So down here, you usually have something like a parking... You have a parking orbit And say the parking orbit is down here. So down here is low Earth orbit, okay? So a direct geo insertion versus a geostationary transfer orbit, those are two different things. Okay, so when you're doing a geostationary transfer, right, your rocket gets into space, it gets into this parking orbit, right? And then you burn on a Hohmann transfer. Say your burn point is right here. And you raise AP up to geostationary altitude, right? That looks terrible. Let's just go with the ellipse tool. You raise your orbit up to look like this, right? So the perigee of your orbit is still in Leo, right? Right here. And the apogee of your orbit is in Geo, right there. Okay? Usually when a rocket does this, it gets into this orbit and then it separates the satellite here. And then the satellite does the coast, and then the satellite will burn prograde right here and circularize up in Geo, all right? That requires a good amount of delta V to push the AP back up, to push the AP up there, but that's not what ViSat-3 is doing. ViSat-3 is doing a direct geo insertion. So you have your parking orbit, right? And then it'll do a geostationary transfer orbit, but instead of deploying the payload right here, instead of doing that, it's going to ride with the payloads. And Falcon 9 second stage will do another burn at AP and circularize the payloads up at Geo. And then it will deploy the payloads. Geo requires way more delta V, which is why Falcon Heavy, and particularly Falcon Heavy Expendable, is needed. Because riding a 6,400 kilogram satellite that far, or moving a 6,400 kilogram satellite that far and then circularizing it, is that's a lot of delta V requirements. Yeah. The second stage will not do a deorbit burn, to my knowledge, all systems. It'll go into a parking or a graveyard orbit, which is an orbit that's outside Geo back here. It'll just use its thrusters to push itself out and do an orbit like that. If I recall correctly, it's close to the delta V of the moon, if not more. It's about the same core from what I understand, yes. Okay, now this is epic. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, Guardians, man. That's really cool. Yeah, that's why Falcon Heavy is needed, dude. Because, first of all, that's a big chunker of a satellite. Second of all, Geo. That's a hardcore mission, dude. That's actually really... this is a really difficult mission. That's why it's cool. Rocket Lab Troptics pushed back a couple of days due to weather. Cool, thank you. Although not the first direct Geo, as both USSF 44 and 67 were direct as well. Wasn't 44 on... and 67... Those were on Falcon Heavy? Were those on Falcon Heavy or were those Delta? So then Falcon Heavy could get to the moon? Huggy, the thing is that you have to worry about propellant boil off. Falcon Heavy theoretically could put something on translunar injection, which is basically a transfer orbit for the moon. But the propellants, the liquid oxygen inside of the tank will have boiled off in the 3 days it takes, and the batteries will run out too on the stage. The batteries will run out and your propellants will boil off by the time the stage gets near the moon. That's the problem here. You could send something to the moon, but whatever you send to the moon with Falcon Heavy is going to need some type of high delta V upper stage if you want to like circularize on the moon, you're going to need something, a transfer stage that has at least 3 kilometers a second delta V. That's what you need to capture out at the... Actually, yeah. If you want to capture and then go into low lunar, yeah, it's a lot. And then if you want to land, you're looking at another 5 kilometers a second, or maybe not 5. What is it, like 1,600? Long story short, you need some type of a fourth stage for Falcon Heavy, or third stage, I guess. KSP2 update news. All right, what do we got? What do we got? I haven't heard anything about Dragon XL though, dude. if we weren't having problems with the few nations, a frigate upper stage would be good for that. Yeah. Will this need another burn to sink the equatorial plane, or is that done while circularizing? You could do it while circularizing, Clembo, if they get the insertion correctly. If they insert with AP, if they do a geostationary transfer orbit insertion with AP at ascending node, then yeah, you'd kick both of those with one burn. That's more efficient that way. Both 44 and 67 were Falcon Heavy with double side RTLS. Yeah, interesting. I know, there's Astranus and then there's New Centaura H1 core. Yeah. I mean, this is a this is a pretty hardcore mission. That's Let me just do some quick math here actually now that I'm thinking about this. So, you have New Centaura, which is 22 kilos. That's basically a 50-pound satellite. That's a 600-pound satellite, and that's basically a 13,000-pound satellite. Falcon Heavy's putting about 15,000 pounds to Geo, which is that's pretty damn good, actually. That's pretty good. Yeah. Do SpaceX have two separate control centers, or do they switch crew between launches? They have multiple mission control rooms. Kizio. Yeah, they have multiple ones. Don't ask me why I know that. I'm serious, don't ask. Could you show that massive satellite again? ViSat? That's the heaviest satellite launching on Falcon Heavy tonight. It's a big satellite, dude. 6,400 kilos. It's like 13,000 pounds. Probably, actually, it's a little more. It's a monster, dude. Tuna, you wanted me to blow your mind? See this thing? This cylinder on the side? That is a parabolic antenna. That ends up being probably, I don't know, like 9 meter. Here, check this out. Let me back up and go to the Viasat 3 image search. You want to see what this thing looks like when it's deployed? That's Viasat 3. It has a gigantic honking antenna, and that cylinder deploys into that. Okay, how do you know that? I know a guy. Yeah, Nova. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I'm guessing about the dish diameter. That looks to be about 9 meters. Because, like, okay, think about it like this. Viasat 3 can fit inside of Falcon Heavy's payload fairing. Or Falcon's payload fairing. Falcon's payload fairing is a little under 5 meters. Just a teeny bit under 5 meters. Actually, so, you know, if we get scale here, it's about 5 meter across, give or take. Right? That's way bigger than that. Holy crap, dude. It's huge. It's like a 10-meter dish. That antenna looks like one of the SAR antennas that you can get from ScanSat. Yeah, maybe. Why are satellites made in clean rooms? It's called FOD. FOD, Zymus, foreign object debris, or foreign object debris. So, okay, think about it like this. A satellite is essentially a big server rack that you launch into space. It's just a lot of computers, right? What is a computer's enemy? What do you have to constantly do to your computers? Yeah, let's be real, you don't. But what do you have to constantly do with your computer? What builds up inside of it? Dust. Dust builds up inside of it. Now, with your computer, you don't have to worry about it too much because it settles down at the bottom of your computer. You could just blow it out, no problem. You know, you get a crude dust here and there. It's not a big deal. Up in space, that dust floats around. It floats around, and you can be damn sure that dust will find something, and it'll short out your satellite. That's why we put them in clean rooms, basically where there's minimal debris and minimal damage, so you don't have to worry about junk floating around inside of the satellite and breaking it on the way up and when it's floating out in space. It's called FOD. That's why clean rooms exist. Fingerprints on the Hubble lens. Yep. Well, that's FOD. When you touch something, the oils in your skin react with whatever you're touching. That metal is notorious for this, and glass too. I mean, you leave fingerprints on metal and glass. You don't want that oil seeping around on a satellite and finding something that it won't. Like, don't get me wrong, it's probably not gonna happen, but do you want to take the chance? It's like a $250 million satellite. I mean, look at the damn thing. You want to take the chance with that? I don't want to break that. That's why everybody in the clean room has basically a lab coat on, masks, and hairnets, so you don't get like hair and dust and debris inside of this. FOD is huge in the spaceflight industry. Yeah, that's a big thing. And the aerospace industry in general. You don't want debris in there because, like, say you're doing a test and your test failed because a system shorted out because someone didn't work on the test with the hairnet on, right? Or somebody coughs on a satellite or something and that saliva shorts it out, right? Now you're doing a test and you don't know if the design is good because some moron coughed on it. I don't think you took that into account in your analytical data for your test when you went to do the math out to see if it's going to work that way. You didn't take into account Bill over there coughing on the damn thing, right? Like, you don't want that. You want to maximize your odds of success, minimize FOD. Also, I could think of a rocket launch very recently that had some FOD hit the outer parts of the vehicle and cause it to not perform correctly. Yeah, exactly, Synerd. Yeah, when you put headlights on, because yeah, if you touch the bulb, yep, it's gonna mess it all up. It'll burn the oil right off. No picking your nose in the clean room. Seriously. Yep. There's dust, and then there's what happened to that rocket. Well, if we were a giant, Litho, if we were 100 feet tall, those slabs of concrete would in fact be dust, right? Or sand or something. I don't know. You get the joke, right? Shut up. That's why I handle light bulbs with my mouth. Do you? Okay. All right. So, fellas, do you guys mind if I put on an orbital mechanics video real quick before the launches? The launches got pushed a little bit, and Bree's outside operating a grill, and she's never operated a grill before. Now, I gave her a tutorial on how to do it. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a quick break here, and I'll put on a video about orbital mechanics so we can learn about geo insertions. And I'm going to take 5 real quick. Play an ad. And, yeah, I'll be back for the launches. So, yeah, I want to be sure that, you know, she doesn't give me a burger with no eyebrows. You know what I mean? Here's your burger. What happened to your eyebrows? You know, I gotta go teach her how to grill. Dang it! So I'll be back in about a half hour. I just want to be sure. I'll be back in 10 fagizzies. Okay.
When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the Earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the Earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the Earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the Earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to space flight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
all planets move in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
Applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
the line joining the planet to the Sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the Sun to its mean distance from the Sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the 3 Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a three-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by three orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, the time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57 degrees. This limit is imposed for safety considerations in order to keep the spacecraft and its booster system from flying over land masses during the ascent phase. To obtain an orbit with an inclination greater than 57 degrees, the spacecraft is launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. Vandenberg offers the opportunity for southerly launches with orbit inclinations between approximately 70 degrees prograde through 138 degrees retrograde. A significant advantage of launching from Vandenberg is the capability to economically achieve polar orbits with ground tracks covering all latitudes, from the North Pole to the South Pole. The Earth is constantly turning, and all points on its surface have an eastward velocity, with the greatest velocity occurring at the equator. The farther the launch site is from the equator, or as launch azimuth is increased or decreased from due east, less of the Earth's rotational velocity will be imparted to the launch vehicle. This requires more fuel to get into orbit, or payload weight will have to be decreased. Launches due east from a position on or near the equator, such as the Kourou launch site in French Guiana, used by the European Space Agency, acquire the advantage of a free velocity gain of about 1,500 feet per second. This compares to the approximate 1,300 feet per second gain available at the further north latitude of the Kennedy Space Center. Launching from an equatorial site offers a significant advantage in payload weight capability and minimizes the amount of fuel needed to achieve an equatorial orbit. Since many satellites operate in equatorial orbits, these are important considerations. Spacecraft are launched within a specified time interval called the launch window. Some of the factors affecting the launch window are launch and orbit lighting conditions, sun angles, payload orbit requirements, rendezvous phasing if a rendezvous is planned, tracking and communication requirements, and collision avoidance with other orbiting objects, to name a few. One of the factors defining the launch window for the Space Shuttle is launch lighting conditions, which can be illustrated by plotting time versus day of year. On this plot, we see daylight and darkness at the launch site. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the Space Shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The Space Shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 Space Shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system referred to as ohms are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The ohms 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The ohms 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried is limited, fuel consumption is one of the primary considerations in spacecraft mission planning and is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of 2 burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between 2 circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between 2 orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel.
In a second, Tech.
The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers.
It's a video that taught me all systems.
The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer.
Wicked.
The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or place.
All right. Hold on. Back it up real quick. So, first of all, picture the shuttle firing its RCS in space is really cool. But watch this next shot. Flippy! What's up, man?
Inclination or node position.
That's cool, right? Watch this.
There
Look at this
are
next
situations.
shot. So you think that's just a satellite floating around? Oh, no. Then you see the guy with the man maneuvering unit trying to wrangle the satellite. See that dude? I shook that dude's hand. Ooh, that didn't end well. But nice picture, though. That's right, Hypersonic. We're teeing up. We should be teeing up some launches here in a second.
Which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite
wrangled
in an
the Solar
equatorial
Maximum
orbit.
satellite with an MMU, dude.
To change the
Pretty
inclination,
cool,
the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital
Yeah, we're all
plane.
gently. You clap. I know you are.
A thrust
Deal with
a
it.
component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it.
Inclination changes.
Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees.
Did you see what he said right there? That's the exact reason why when Hakuto R went to land on the moon, I saw an out of orbit or out of phase burn. So I saw the thing kind of turn to one side and it started burning coplanar normal. And I was like, well, that's not good. I knew it. We know that because of this. On-orbit plane changes require insane amounts of delta V. The reason why is because the space shuttle, for instance, is going 17,000 miles an hour this way. That has a lot of inertia that's going 17 miles an hour that way. It's hard to take that inertia of, that mass of 60 tons going 17,000 miles an hour this way and make it go that way. Requires a lot of fuel to change that. That's why rockets do a roll program, because the roll program puts you on the proper flight azimuth to get into the right inclination. Because you ideally don't want to do an on-orbit plane change when you're already going fast. You do it when you're going slower. And when are you going the slowest? Right after you leave the pad.
Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes.
Listen.
The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time.
Yeah, Beltfed.
Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage.
I want you to know this, and I haven't gone over this in a long time. There's a difference between geostationary and geosynchronous. Geosynchronous is inclined. You can actually have inclined synchronous orbits. That absolutely is a thing. Oh yeah, that's a thing. One that has 0 degree inclination, so a satellite that's basically hovering over the equator, albeit 38,000 kilometers that way, or 23,000 miles that way, that's hovering over the equator is geostationary. Geostationary and geosynchronous are two different things. The difference is the inclination.
For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used.
This is cool.
Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit is highly eccentric with an apogee that is near the geosynchronous altitude and an inclination of about 63 degrees.
Depends, tech guy.
The satellite slows down at apogee in the northern hemisphere and whips through perigee in the southern hemisphere.
The early 1960s.
This provides communications in the northern hemisphere for up to 75% of its orbital period. Several satellites properly spaced in Molniya orbits can provide constant communications at the northern latitudes.
Hang on one second.
Period.
Look.
Several satellites properly spaced in
I love how they're showing basically some stock footage from the Soviet Union that they hiked somewhere. Because that right there, that's Venera. That's a Venus probe. I'm sorry, that's funny to me. They were like, just find some stock footage of Soviet satellites or whatever. I don't know. All right. So, we're not starting soon. We are starting now. SpaceX is live with O3MB power. And they did go through sun synchro. They're gonna talk about sun synchronous. But if you guys want to check the rest of this video, it's super useful. I'll link the rest of that video up in chat. You want to learn how to do orbital mechanics? You want to learn how to fly around in Kerbal? That's the video you want to see. There's no better tutorial out there. It's a NASA Naval Space Command joint video from like 30 years ago. Yeah, because the Naval Space Command doesn't exist anymore. But, yeah, see. They do have a really sweet logo, though. So, anyway. Let's get on O3MB power and go from there. Boom.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
O3M power, excuse me. All right, let's prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. Thanks for the link. No problem, Chronic. And if you have any questions, right, about orbital mechanics and stuff, I got you. I can tell you. Kagras, 34-month resub. Not to make you feel old, but I think it's more than 30 years old. Hibbit, it's from 1990. So, 33 years. Sucks that Falcon Heavy later will get expended. Sebi, it doesn't matter, dude. That Falcon Heavy mission is awesome. It is a direct-to-geo mission, which is really cool. Direct-to-geo with a 6.4-ton satellite, that's pretty damn impressive. Ian, you're saying if both missions launch at the currently scheduled time, SpaceX is going to take the record for quickest time between two U.S. orbital launches. Sweet! Record held by Gemini and I was gonna say the quickest one I can think of is Gemini 6 and Gemini 6A. Yeah. Customer paying big then. Well, it's a rideshare mission on top of that, Sevi. There's 3 satellites on board that Falcon Heavy. So, yeah, it being expendable sucks, but the direct-to-geo insertion is actually a really, really cool mission. And that is the reason why I showed the orbital mechanics video while I was eating lunch. Gemini 12 was 1 hour and 30 minutes. Cool. Is the expended core an old booster? So on Falcon Heavy, the center core is brand new. The left one of the boosters, I don't know if I said left, right, I don't know which one. One of the side boosters has been used 3 times and the other one has been used 8 times. So, yeah, all 3 cores will be expended. That Falcon Heavy literally looks like it's made out of spare parts, which, I mean, it kind of is. But it's important to note, guys, that Falcon Heavy is not fully expendable. That Falcon Heavy mission is recovering the fairings. Yeah, they're going to... That's another cool thing to note for that mission. That fairing recovery is going to be the furthest downrange fairing recovery ever if the fairings even survive.
8, launch auto sequence has started.
6, 2,000 kilometers
4,
downrange.
3, 2.
So it is a pretty cool mission, despite being expendable. Get the glow sticks out.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Stage separation confirmed. Dragon, separation confirmed.
Stage 1 is transonic. Landing legs have deployed. And Falcon 9 has landed.
Alright, cool. I'm done doing my weird dance.
Hello, and welcome to our webcast coverage of the O3B mPOWER mission for our customer SES. On your screen is a live view of Falcon 9 awaiting its 6:12 p.m. Eastern Time launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Yeah, username.
My name is Yomezo, and I'm a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX, joining you today from SpaceX headquarters here in Hawthorne, California. Today's launch marks SpaceX's 226th overall mission, the second launch this week, with the potential of a third of our Falcon Heavy vehicle awaiting liftoff at our neighboring pad in just over an hour from now, as long as weather cooperates.
I think.
Now, some of our longtime viewers might know that SES was one of SpaceX's earliest launch customers and has been a key partner in a number of firsts with us. SES was the first commercial satellite operator to launch on Falcon 9 from the Cape back in December of 2013, and the first customer to fly on a flight-even booster on March of 2017.
I don't know the nomenclature
Today's launch
for
will
it,
mark
Piper.
the second
We'll
of 5 total O3B mPOWER launches.
Yes, I would.
We launched the first 2 O3B mPOWER spacecraft in December of last year, and today we will be launching 2 additional O3B mPOWER spacecraft into space.
That
Now, SES's
fairing's seen better days.
mPOWER system will operate from medium Earth orbit, or MEO, and comprises an initial constellation of 11 high-throughput and low-latency satellites, as well as an extensive ground infrastructure. Collaboratively designed with Boeing, the O3B mPOWER is SES's second-generation MEO system.
Bob, I can't fathom the insurance premium SpaceX has. Dude, believe it or not, insurance companies have higher confidence in reuse boosters once SpaceX, proved that they could reuse stuff reliably. Your insurance premium is lower with a used booster than it is with a brand new one. Fun fact. Yeah, crazy, right? The insurance premium is lower on a reused booster. Now, there was a time when it was way higher than a brand new rocket, but over the course of the last 5 years, man, it's actually flipped. And that's crazy, dude. Because, when people talk about launches, right, you talk about straight launch cost, right? Oh, Falcon 9 costs $60 million or $40 million for a reused core. That's not even including insurance. And guys, the insane thing to understand is that the satellite cost is way, way higher than the launch vehicle. Satellites usually are $152 million or $200 million easily. They are way more complicated than the rocket ever would be. So think about that, compound insurance pricing on top of reuse, with a reused booster, your insurance premium, insurance is going to be one hell of a deductible. Jeez. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Think about it, with a reused booster, the cost of insurance actually goes down. That's strange, right? You wouldn't think that, but what's the insurance premium for Starship? I don't think Starship was insured, because it was an internal mission. But crazy, right? Newer ones you never know. Used ones have a track record. Exactly. Isn't that strange? You'd never think about that. You'd think the reused booster might fail. Nope. Cheaper. Insurance is cheaper with a reused booster. Isn't that weird? I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to live in this timeline. This timeline where reused boosters are cheaper. Yes, I want to live in this timeline. I will stay right here. This timeline is great. Also, note just on a little bit of a subject change right here. Check this out. See that foundation down there that SpaceX is working on? They're working on a crew access tower for Dragon. People will launch from Pad 40 with the Dragon capsule eventually. That's a crew access tower. So fixed service structure and crew access tower is getting installed at Pad 40. Pretty cool, huh?
35 minutes. Now starting
for space
from the
though,
very top of
Gore-Tex,
the
this
rocket,
timeline's dope.
Our payload today is safely enclosed inside of the 17-foot diameter payload fairing, which is that structure at the very top of the rocket. It's made out of a carbon composite material. The fairing protects satellites on their way to orbit, and the fairing halves will be jettisoned approximately 3 minutes into flight.
They didn't...
Now for today's mission, we have 2 spacecraft on the second stage and inside the fairing. Each payload will deploy at separate times, about 6 minutes apart from each other. And the fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its 3rd time and the other half flying for its 4th time.
Username, they didn't insure Booster 7 and SN24. They were insured for property damages, which is different. That's not insuring the actual booster. If you lose the booster, it doesn't matter. They were more worried about if the booster landed on something expensive. That's different. It is a little bit muffled, Motorkid, yeah.
The 2 satellites.
So, fun fact, that picture of the satellite being put together is taken in that building over there. That's the former Solid Rocket Motor Assembly Facility, or SMARF for short. That's where SpaceX puts payloads together. Satellite and payload integration happens in the clean room inside of the SMARF. Yes, it's called the SMARF. I know.
Now, at the bottom of the first stage, there are 9 Merlin engines that will get the Falcon 9 off the ground and up into the thinner parts of the atmosphere.
That happens.
Shortly after liftoff, the first and second stages will separate from one another. Then the second stage will continue to orbit, while the first stage will start making its way back down to Earth.
Yeah, the first stage is designed
to be reflown with minimal refurbishment between flights. Today's booster is actually flying for the second time, having previously supported the Crew 6 mission back in March, a little less than 2 months ago.
Looks okay, Zay.
Now, if we're successful in recovering the booster on screen, it will mark the 188th successful recovery of an orbital-class rocket. And lastly, that large truss structure...
for strong back retract.
That large truss structure is the strong back...
Pyro, that has something to do with it, too.
Transporter erector. As you heard on that call out, we are pressing for the strong back retraction, but the TE is what routes the vehicle's fluids, power, and telemetry umbilicals from the ground systems to the rocket and satellites until Falcon 9 goes on internal power and clears the pad.
Strong back retract has started.
Okay.
There you heard that call out that the sequence for starting strong back retraction has begun. You'll physically see the strong back retract in just a few moments.
Clamp arms are moving backwards. Strong back will retract
while we're waiting for the TE to retract, you'll see that the clamp arms just below the fairing are opening there.
I did, Core. Yep.
You can see that they have opened up.
I did say best case scenario would be like about 2 months, right? Like, dude, I didn't have any insider information on that one. Best case scenario, everything goes right. Yeah, they'll be back up and running, dude, sooner rather than later. I mean, you know, I don't think, Core, that just kind of reinforces the theory that I have that I don't think they give a crap. They gave a crap if they damaged their own launch pad. The launch pad needed to be rebuilt anyway. You know, makes sense.
Down, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. Both the first and second stages should finish loading propellant about a minute apart from each.
Like in-person launches, dude, I do go down there sometimes. Like, I haven't been down there in a long time, which is just a shame. Launches I've been to off the top of my head. I watched STS-116, a shuttle mission, off my back porch in Florida in late summer 2006, and then 117 I saw launch. Since then, I saw, let's see, Orbcomm 2. SpaceX Orbcomm 2 was the next launch I would see. That was the first Falcon 9 landing. I saw CRS-9 launch. I saw a Cygnus resupply mission that launched on Atlas launch. I've seen Antares launch. I saw Falcon Heavy's first test flight. So that would be Falcon Heavy test mission. I saw the Tesla Roadster launch into space, dude. Yeah, I've seen a lot of good ones, man. A lot of good ones. I haven't been down there basically since COVID.
SES's O3B mPOWER payload continues to be healthy, and the Falcon 9 team is tracking no issues on the rocket.
No, Fuzzy, not at all.
Weather is currently a watch item, but we're pushing towards RT0 at 6:12 p.m. Eastern Time in hopes of clear skies,
that's
and the
what happened,
range is
Aviator.
ready for support.
FOD is real, dude. That's why Harriers, for instance, don't land on dirt. It's not a good idea. I mean, actually, Harriers can land on dirt, can't they?
Complete.
Stage 2 launch
Ideally,
loading
you
should
don't
be
want to land
completing
on
here
dirt.
shortly.
Ideally, you don't. I mean, I wouldn't, dude, just because
Now
I'd be
again,
worried
at
about rocks
T-minus
getting
1
sucked
minute,
up the
Falcon
intake,
9
am I
will be
right?
in startup, where the first and second stages will begin pressurizing.
Yeah, can and
before
do good
launch,
are two different
and
things.
Falcon's internal flight computers will take over the launch.
You're not wrong. Gas closeout. I ran the pre-roll ads, dudes. We should be good.
Discovery, go at throttle.
All right, first launch of the night. Good. Our first launch of the night. Man, look at that fairing, man. It's got the distressed look going, and it's got good patina.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Falcon 9
It's true,
is in
Oculus,
startup.
yeah.
The internal flight computers have taken over
50
the launch
seconds.
countdown.
They said they were eyeing the weather, so we'll see what happens here. Relict. Nice.
LD, go for launch.
Launch director reports go.
We have launch directors go for launch. All systems are go for launch
Good
of
hire.
Falcon
Good
9 with the O3B mPOWER payload.
This is live, Ned. This is live. Everything you see now is happening now. Then, well, you just missed it. Just now. You're at now. Chad is reporting go.
15 seconds.
Sound suppressors should turn on here. Right there.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Sound suppressor
5,
is on.
4, 3,
Green
2,
flash.
1. Ignition. Engine full power.
Here we go.
And go. Falcon 9 and SES O3B mPOWER.
O3B mPOWER 3-4 is flying.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Everything looked good there. Let's just hope she doesn't get struck by lightning here. Those clouds don't look very good. Really low clouds in Florida tonight. The audio is a little bit low on this cast ender, to be honest with you. Roll program.
Falcon 9 has successfully
Roll
lifted
program
off
is
of
complete.
Pad
Stand by for
40
power.
at Cape Canaveral
Power and telemetry is
Space Force
good.
Station, carrying the O3B mPOWER payload. During ascent, we tilt the engines, technically called gimbling, and this turns the rocket horizontally in what we call a gravity turn.
Supersonic.
It was just light. It was the
You
light
heard that
reflecting
call out
off the
that the
clouds.
vehicle is now supersonic, and we will be throttling the engines down in preparation for a max Q, or
Nice
maximum aerodynamic pressure, in just a couple seconds.
Max Q.
Yeah, low cumulus. Yeah. I mean, seeing him from the top kind of gave it away, but yes. Oh. Swamp gas reflected off of Venus.
Now we pass through max Q, and the rocket typically needs to go 17,500 miles
I
per
don't know
hour
what it is off the top of
horizontally
my
in
head,
order
though.
to avoid being pulled back down to Earth. You heard the call out that MVAC engine chill has begun.
I'm not
Now,
behind
this
5
is in
seconds, Aerodynamic.
preparation
You're ahead
for
5
three
seconds.
events
Slow
coming
down.
up in quick succession, which is main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine startup 1.
Okay, everything looks good here.
These 3 events will all be happening in about 30 seconds here, starting with main engine cutoff of those
very
first
slight,
stage engines
Admiral,
that
very
you can
slight,
see
but
on
it's
your
there.
screen right now.
See how the exhaust is slightly asymmetric? Well, the engines are all symmetric, but the exhaust being slightly asymmetric indicates that the vehicle's actually pitched up a little bit. And when as they approach MECO, you should see it pitch down to basically the directions that it's going to get a good separation. Watch. Yep, see, there it goes. Good eye, Admiral.
Stage 1 throttling down.
See, they're throttling down the first stage. Stand by for the call for main engine cutoff and stage separation.
And Miko.
Here's the call.
Stage separation confirmed.
Bye. Tech guy, she's a beast, man.
And back ignition.
Upper stage ignition is good.
And there
Stiffener
you
ring
heard
separation.
and saw there's
Nominal.
3 events happening back to back: main engine cutoff, stage separation, and that
First one,
second
Rick.
engine startup 1 of our second stage. You can see those grid fins on the first stage deploying as the first stage begins to make its way back down to Earth. Now the next event in just a few seconds here will be fairing separation, where the 2 halves of the fairings will separate to reveal our O3B M-Power satellites.
Stand by for a call for fairing separation.
Fairing separation confirmed.
They didn't show it.
There's that confirmation of fairing separation, and we will be attempting to retrieve these fairing halves again today once they
There
fall
they
back
are.
down
There's
to
the
Earth
fairing. So
using
the fairing
our
is the
recovery
aerodynamic
vessel,
shell at the
Bob.
top. That thing I was saying that looked distressed. Yeah, there it was flying
T
away.
plus 3 minutes and 50 seconds here into today's mission, and we are in the first of 2 planned MVAC
Right,
burns
Coolio.
for satellite deployment.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
It's years and years of
In
work
about
for
2.5 minutes
an
here
8-minute
at T
thrill
plus 6
ride,
minutes
man.
and 30 seconds, you should see on your screen the first stage's entry burn. After this entry burn,
Yeah, Yume's microphone is not ideal. This whole launch is,
our E9 engine, followed shortly by the
Usually,
E1
SpaceX is
and
better
E5
about this.
engines, which are all in a row.
How do they recover those? Well, okay, Pyro, think about... so the fairings are made out of a carbon fiber aluminum honeycomb. They're so long story short, like we don't need to go into the specifics about what they're made out of. It is that, but it's basically baked like a cake. But they're super freaking light. Those things are super light. Like if you hit that thing with a bat, the bat will go right through it. Like just you'll punch a hole right through the thing. But because the fairings are so ridiculously light, they really don't get a lot of re-entry heating. Like, don't get me wrong, they do experience some compression heating. That's why the outside was scorched, right? But think of it like if you have a piece of paper and you let a piece of paper go off the top of a tall building, it'll just, it will most likely land pretty much intact, right? Fairings work like that. So SpaceX, what the fairings basically do that, and believe it or not, fairings use a pneumatic system for separation. So the fairing's in a clamshell like this, and it separates, right? They use a pneumatic. They use pneumatic thrusters to basically push the fairing apart. So SpaceX came up with the idea using those pneumatic thrusters as a steering system. They basically use the fairing's RCS, little cans of compressed nitrogen attached to thrusters to basically steer the fairing down through re-entry, right? And then the fairing deploys a parafoil, and the thing literally will just sail down to the ground, and it'll sail down to the ocean. It'll land in the water, and then they have a recovery ship with a giant net that pulls the thing out. SpaceX, I don't know what fairing has been reused the most. I know that they reused fairings. They've reused them up to 8 times, which is pretty crazy. All right, we're getting ready for my favorite part of Falcon 9 missions for the first stage. The fairing's light enough where you don't need that big of a thermal protection system for it to come down because it's like a piece of paper, right? It's really, really light. First stage, on the other hand, not very light. So the first stage, if it didn't do what it's about to do, it would burn up in the atmosphere. It needs some kind of heat shield. Falcon 9's heat shield is that, right there. Them firing the engines is enough to push the plasma that would accumulate from re-entry away from the vehicle, enveloping Falcon 9 in basically a nice cool column of gas. That cool column of gas is fire coming out of the rocket engines, but it is a cool column of gas. It's cooler than re-entry heat, and that gives it a good enough thermal medium to protect the first stage through re-entry. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. Watch chat. Yep, see? They're going crazy. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. It's an idea that NASA pioneered for landing payloads on Mars. And since the upper atmosphere of our planet is very similar to atmospheric conditions on the surface of Mars, Falcon 9 with its supersonic retropropulsion up there, it's perfect. SpaceX just basically raided NASA's technical archive for how to land a first stage on Mars, and they pioneered it. They used Falcon 9 to figure that one out, which is actually really cool.
Now, coming up in about 20 seconds, we'll have the shutdown of our MVAC engine on the second stage, followed quickly by the landing burn on our first stage.
Stage 1 transonic.
That does happen.
Stage 2 FTS.
Consort. First stage is kind of going fast here. Here we go. Oh, look at the atmospheric effects on the grid fin. So what you're seeing is basically the grid fin is high. There's a lot of highly compressed air in front of it, and after the air goes through the grid fin, it decompresses, and that creates a vapor effects behind it, basically because of the pressure change.
Second engine cutoff.
Nominal parking orbit insertion.
Basically, that grid fin is slapping the air so hard it's ripping the water out of the air.
There is the start of our
There's the drone ship. Come on, baby.
You can see that drone ship coming in quick.
Oh, got some white caps out there, but the waters look very calm.
Stage 1 landing like deployed.
What an awesome view of that first stage recovery. Everyone's very excited here in Hawthorne. And there you have it. That landing marks SpaceX's 180th
little bit of residual propellants,
of
but
an
everything is
orbital-class
good.
rocket, including first stage landings of Falcon 9 and Heavy. But the mission isn't over just yet. The second stage is now embarking on its first coast phase. Now, after this coast phase, we will light that MVAC engine for a second time around the T plus 27-minute mark. So we'll see you back here in about 17 minutes.
Okay, second stage is coasting to its insertion burn. It farted again. There was a ball of fire behind the exhaust. Yeah, like I said, guys, I mean, okay, after that mission that we watched the other day, everyone's going to notice it now. But the engines do sputter. They sometimes they burp after they turn them off. That happens. Yeah, totally normal. It's when they burp too much and the whole booster catches on fire. That's a problem. Look at the JCSat 14 booster when it came back. Actually, it was JCSat 16. Watch. The JCSat 16 booster, yeah, it burped a little too much. That's the Leaning Tower of Tycom. If we can get like a nice close-up shot of it, that's not the right one, I don't think. But yeah, it caught on fire. Actually, it may have been JCSat 14. Give me 1 second. Yeah. That one caught on fire. Yeah. See, this is a photo from Jeff Siebert here. Yeah. See that one? See how the nozzles are a little bit discolored? That one caught on fire. Also note that the engine servicing panels are all gone. Yeah. They broke. Yeah, Ian, one of them just absolutely all over the deck, and Falcon 9 almost burnt to the ground on the deck of the drone ship. I know JCSat 14 did catch on fire. Not too bad though. So yeah, rocket engines basically. Now what am I talking about? What do you mean it catches on fire? Yeah, rockets usually catch on fire. That usually is a thing. The fire comes out the bottom though, right? Now I'm talking about like the side of it is on fire. Now that does happen on ascent sometimes too, but basically what happens is when you turn the taps off on the rocket engine, when you shut them off, there's always some residual propellant in the lines, and that residual propellant basically when you shut the thing off shoots some liquid fuel and oxidizer out the bottom. And it kind of just gets onto the drone ship deck. And that if that finds a source of ignition, well, then you got a nice fire on your ship. Nice bonfire underneath the rocket. I don't think I need to say why that's probably not a good thing and why you wouldn't want that, but it's not a good thing, and you in fact do not want that. Yeah, it's funny because we had the other one, booster, the Starlink 3.5 booster launched the other day, and that one actually had a pretty big burp, and now everybody notices it. That's totally normal, guys. It's totally normal. It happens all the time. So does the second stage engine stay with the payload? The second stage will separate here after SECO. It'll deploy the payload, and then this payload. So these satellites, O3B mPOWER is going to medium Earth orbit, or about 12,000 miles that way, or about 18,000 kilometers, I think. 18,000, yeah, 19,000 kilometers that way. They're going to medium Earth orbit, so the stage will separate, and it will do a disposal burn, and it will burn up in the atmosphere. Starship also had a burp, several in fact. Starship's engines weren't so much a burp, but more so getting punched in the face by a brick of concrete. If your mouth is a rocket engine in this analogy. Yeah. FOD. Alright, I'm just gonna make sure we're caught up here. All caught up. Boop. Do you think the FAA will allow Starship again in 1 to 2 months? So, guys, yeah, while we're here, a lot of people are asking, oh, the FAA grounded them, the FAA grounded. It's a mishap investigation, guys. That's SOP. That happens. It happens all the time. Now, depending on how well SpaceX knew what happened and what caused the failure, right, is kind of dependent on how long that mishap investigation is going to take. SpaceX and the FAA are going to have to communicate with each other, and they're going to have to figure out what went wrong. And if they can conclusively come to an agreement to, both equally agree on what went wrong, and I think we know what went wrong here. The launch pad exploding and chunks of the launch pad exploding, coming up and hitting the vehicle on liftoff is probably not good for it. And in fact, it was not good for it. It broke it, and it didn't make it into space because of that. If the FAA and the SpaceX come in concurrence with each other that is what went wrong, the mishap investigation will not take very long. And I guarantee you that, dude, if we could see that was the problem from a cast, I'm pretty sure they know. So it's probably going to be sooner rather than later than for Starship to fly, which is cool. That's a good thing. Literally the next one we'll see in the summer. That's awesome. Or in the middle of winter for the Australians and anybody in the Southern Hemisphere. I don't know, Juicer. Yeah, the Doge 1 mission. That actually should be sooner rather than later, dude. I'm not exactly sure when that mission is, but I know about it, which is pretty funny. After seeing how big Starship is, that booster looks like a pencil. It's so small. Starship, I think Starship is probably the largest thing that that's ever went into the sky. It's bigger than the N1. It's bigger than the Saturn V. The only thing that's even remotely comparable in size to something like that is maybe a blimp. So the dirigibles from the 30s, I think it's bigger than that too. I think that thing is quite literally the biggest thing that's ever left the surface of Earth. Which is still pretty dang impressive. It didn't get very far, but then again, neither did the Zeppelins. Those didn't get very well. Zeppelin did kind of get far before the Hindenburg happened. It kind of made it across the ocean, so that's good. I'd be curious, Aqualex, what's bigger? A Graf Zeppelin or Starship? What's bigger in size? Starship may have been the biggest thing ever launched off of any, the biggest thing that's ever left the ground. I'd be curious to go see the comparison here. Starship is 35 stories tall. Give or take, it's a 35-story building. Is the Hindenburg that big? Ekranoplan? Dude, this is way bigger than the Lund class Rams. Ekranoplan is a good thing. The Zeppelin was 776 feet long. Wow, it's bigger than... Whoa, okay. The only thing that's bigger is the Zeppelins. That's unbelievable. I'm just talking about length, Teep. Just keep it simple, right? The Hindenburg is 245 meters, while Stars... Wow, that's impressive, dude. Jeez. Those things were freaking huge. Wow. ain't even mad. I've been in Hangar 1 at Lakehurst NAS. Still crazy to think something that flew was inside of that. Okay, so, I mean, that's still a pretty good fun, you know, pretty good party fact about Starship. The only thing that's bigger that we've ever sent into the sky was a Zeppelin. That's pretty good. Coincidentally, you know, you could say that Starship flew about as well as a lead Zeppelin. Or a stainless steel Zeppelin. I'm sure there was lead somewhere in the design. Yes, this will get the record if Falcon Heavy goes, Hokey. Trampled under gravity. Stainless steel construction. Stage combustion cycle. Talk about launch. Talk about launch. That's a good song, man. I hope you know you're grounded for that joke. Hey, I wasn't the first one to make it, all right? I wasn't the first one to make it. Keith Moon was the first one to make that joke, and his jokes are amazing because Keith Moon is amazing, and you can't refute that. All right? You could try, but you'd be wrong. Elon, okay, we got a tweet from Elon himself. About to do a Falcon Heavy risk review. I love that rocket, but it's scary. So many state changes post liftoff. Indeed. New T0 of 826. Keith Moon's jokes go over so many people's heads. That man is the reason why I have a drum set, Rec. Yeah, he's the reason why I decided to take up playing the drums. Yeah. Falcon Heavy pushed an hour. Got it. I'm going to miss the hockey game. Ooh, nice goalie. Ooh, what's that? Damn, dude. Didn't go over my head. I got... Rec, how many people here who know who Keith Moon is? All right? How many people had to go Google it? Go Bees! I hope. Aqualex, I can't say all that because chat's moving too fast. I'm just going to read it. That would drive me up the wall. Yep, okay.
Go at throttle up.
I know who Keith Moon is, but I'm older than dirt. But I know who Keith Moon is, and I'm not older than dirt. Not yet, at least. I'm just the same age as dirt, okay? Hey, Tron, 75-month resub. Falcon Heavy Mission Control audio is online. Got it? You saw a Google spike? No way. No way. Yes, we could spike Google Trends. Yes. I have the power! Okay, Creeper. Got it. I don't remember. It was probably a second stage, Jackal. We're talking flinging... We're talking a Perry-class frigate here? Is that how big Starship is? Dude, that's pretty damn impressive. The closest active flying thing we have to Starship is Airlander at 92 meters. Who was it again? Keith Moon. Keith Moon was the original drummer for The Who. I like boomer music, guys. Sorry. Yeah. I'm not sorry. It's freaking excellent music. The Who? The what? Where? When? That's crazy, Victory. What happened to then? Yeah, it's Spoon. Yeah, I thought about it for a second. And I'm like, you know what? I ain't sorry. I don't care. No. Boomer music? What the heck? I'm complimenting your musical taste, V-Dub. Just take the compliment, all right? Look, I was working on the truck this morning before the stream. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I didn't have Wango Tango blasting. With the Wango Tango, ba-ba-ba-na-na-na, the Wango Tango, you got the Maserati, Maserati. What mission is this? This is O3b mPower. O3b mPower is an internet satellite constellation. This is the 3rd and 4th internet satellite constellation. These mPower satellites are going to medium Earth orbit. Ah, shucks. It's the Wango Tango. Wango Tango. Uncle Ted is on his farewell tour. That's just a shame, man. Starship has 1,000 tons on a Perry class. Can you believe that, Victory? That we're comparing rockets to ships? Also, Pinball Wizard. He's got crazy flipper fingers, man. Did you know that Neil Armstrong's mother's maiden name was Moon? I did not know that. Did I miss the heavy launch? No, it got pushed back an hour. Yeah, Porter, it was a good one. It was a good one. Did you know that that joke is actually how the band got their name? Yeah, exactly. Jimmy Page wanted Keith Moon to be his drummer for his new supergroup, and Keith Moon said that band will fail like a Led Zeppelin, and that's how Led Zeppelin got its name. True story. This was the 50th landing on Just Read the Instructions. What? How many Falcon 9s have launched in total? Just, you know, reused and not reused. Let's take a look. O3b mPower was the 63rd orbital launch attempt for 2023. It's SpaceX's 231st mission, 27th mission of this year, and the 221st Falcon 9 mission. Great song. Your wish is granted, foolish mortal. You know, Dlee, my dad tells me that people try to put him down just because they get around. They say things that are awfully cold.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How long do you reckon we're yeeting Arleigh Burks into orbit? Give it another 20 years, Victory. Oh, here we go. Coming back.
Welcome back to the webcast of the Falcon 9 mission carrying the O3b mPower satellites for our customer, SES. Falcon 9 launched on time at 6:12 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40. In addition to an on-time liftoff, we had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and the first of 3 burns of the second stage,
thermal conditioning,
bearing separation, and a successful first stage landing, which marked our 188th recovery of an orbital class booster and the second landing for this particular first stage.
It's cool, Sammy.
Now we're coming up on our second relight and shutdown of our MVAC engine at T plus 27 minutes and 10 seconds. So in just about 10 seconds, we will do a short 30-second relight in our second engine startup too.
Okay. So the vent right there is them basically priming the second stage to do this. Green flash. Good ignition. Whoop. There goes some of that
second
ice.
engine startup 2. And this burn is planned to last about 30 seconds.
Right now, Falcon 9 second stage is firing, pushing the apogee out to about 12,000 miles for the O3B mPower 3.4 deployment.
There is second engine cut off
Jackal.
too.
It melts in the sunlight.
We'll wait to hear confirmation of a good orbit from the
turn to
team.
gas. Or at least it should. I mean,
Nominal transfer orbit insertion.
There is that confirmation of a good orbit. We have one more second stage to burn before the deployments of our O3B mPower payloads and satellites. The third and final burn of our second stage should occur in about 80 minutes from now. So until then, enjoy these views of space, and we'll see you again then. One more second stage to burn before the deployments of our O3B mPower payloads and satellites. The third and final burn of our second stage should occur in about 80 minutes from now. So until then, enjoy these views of space, and we'll see you again then.
But hockey. Wow. So O3B mPower is not. It's not a medium transfer orbit. This is meocircularization, which is. Oh boy. Now it's the Stanley Cup, man. I don't do sea lasts anymore, Viscous. Just type it again, bud. Yeah, since Kerbal 2 came out, it's been a little more hectic in here, which isn't a bad problem to have, but yeah, just type it over again, buddy. I don't know, Sebi. I don't know how this is gonna work. Question. Does the expelling of gas from that nozzle on the side impart a rotational force on the craft? Yeah, a little bit, Viscous, but Falcon 9 has thrusters on board that can compensate. Yes, that's part of the reason why they're kind of pointed back, and the thrusters are actually symmetrical. There's another one on the other side. They're symmetrical. They're on either side, like this. Like if the rocket engine is here and the business end goes that way, the vent lines go like this. So if anything, it's just pushing it forward a little bit. Not that big of a deal. But yes, absolutely. Oh, absolutely it does. Yep. This is the year for the Leafs. Calling it now. Hey, whoa, what the hell? Let me back that up. That was a lot of solid oxygen there. That doesn't really look like SOx, though. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, it's just a weird strand of it. And not washers. So, guys, what they're doing is after the engine... So, okay, here's the thing. The engine, the Merlin vacuum engine uses rocket propellant 1, RP1, and liquid oxygen. RP1 is basically kerosene. Liquid oxygen is the liquid oxygen. So here's the thing. What they're doing right now is they're pumping helium through the plumbing and purging out the lines, especially the liquid oxygen lines. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of corrosion-resistant metal alloys on most rocket engine designs, but, well, the thing about liquid oxygen is that it oxidizes things. It makes stuff rust. You think salt's bad? Liquid oxygen will just eat away anything that has iron in it here. It'll just eat away at it. And I don't think you want the internals of your rocket engine rusting. Now, do you? So what they do is they pump helium in and they pressurize the plumbing with helium, and that's the end vent. So what you end up seeing is a lot of oxygen getting blown out of the engine. And that's what these vent lines are for. Simultaneously, those vent lines are for when they push the helium out. But here's the thing. When they push the helium out, helium won't solidify in the vacuum. It won't do it. It'll just stay as a gas. The reason why is because the temperatures and the conditions for which helium to exist as a solid is very, 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 very small. Before it drops so basically when you vent into the vacuum, right? When you vent into the vacuum like that, if you're using oxygen, right, it's in like liquid or gaseous form, right? And if it's in liquid form and it hits the vacuum, it'll immediately, because the pressure drops, it'll immediately start to get really, really cold because the gas will expand per the ideal gas law. And because of that, because it gets really, really cold, it'll solidify immediately, which is why you see chunks of solid oxygen, because the temperature at which oxygen exists as a solid is a lot higher than helium. Helium exists as a solid maybe like for 1 to 2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. So absolute zero is because temperature is the absence of heat. Temperature is how much heat is in something. And absolute zero is the total absence of heat. There's no heat in anything, right? Because the vacuum is pretty much near absolute zero, when you vent helium over, it won't solidify. It'll just come out as gas. Because, it'll go through that, it'll try to go through that phase change, but it'll cool off so much, but before it can solidify, it'll hit absolute zero, which is kind of crazy. Because that phase change happens instantly. So helium will not solidify out there because, once again, helium only exists as a solid for like 1 to 2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. And it basically, when you're venting it out into the vacuum, it basically blows right by that to absolute zero, and it'll just stay as gas, which is kind of crazy. Is that why the rivets on Starship are rusting from the liquid O2? No, Mac Jacker, that's from salty air rusting the steel that's in the stainless steel. Yep. What is hockey? What? What is hockey? It's just... Are you... Yes. Who is hockey? You gonna see the draft? I'll check it later. Let's go. Get out of here. Go back to Missouri. Stupid Canadian game. Yeah, PY, it's a Canadian game that Russians just happen to be good at. Why is hockey? Instead of like, yeah, I'm from Canada. Oh yeah, no, great sport, man. Great. It's just a great freaking sport. Just a really great sport there. You got a fun sport there, bud. Oh, damn, Panther. Damn! You actually prefer curling? Yeah, you would. You would. MVAC is the same engine as the first stage, right? Just with a vacuum optimized nozzle. It started that way, Erudite, but it's its own engine. You wouldn't be able to take a Merlin vacuum engine, put it in the first stage, and then make it work. It wouldn't do it. It was at one point, but it's just a Merlin engine in name right now. Because the physics, teamwork, and forward thinking are incredibly complicated. Yeah, but Pythos, curling is just throwing rocks around on ice. And now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you're absolutely right. And you think hockey isn't? Dude, hockey is that, like, times 20. It's an extremely difficult game to play. That's why I like it. And you can also get punched in the face if you do something wrong. That's pretty neat. As a token Panthers fan in here, I hope Bergeron continues to forget this is the playoffs. Why would you put that bad juju on me? Why would you do that? What the frick, man? Stop it. Stop doing that. He's hurt. The whole team has had the stomach flu. They didn't have enough money for cab fare. Someone stole their car. It wasn't his fault, I swear to God. So what are we going to do for the next 80 minutes? Watch Falcon Heavy? Because oh, be quiet. Be quiet. Hockey teams that hail from a tropical climate is cringe, dude. It's cringe. Canadians, back me up. If it doesn't snow where your hockey team is from, it's cringe. It's cringe, bro. Cringe. Cringe. Super cringe. Who plays hockey in the desert? That's so strange. Why was Starship allowed to launch with the engineer's knowledge of pad failure? Because it was a test, Wiley. 2 words, cool running. That's not hockey!
Acquisition of signal, Maldives.
They got an AOS through Maldives. Oh, Aqualex, thanks for letting me know that I'm wrong, because that never happens. What about Seattle then? I mean, it rarely snows, but it gets cold enough. Seattle's all right. Seattle's okay. That's fine. You were wrong about that. Yeah, theoretically, you need to theoretically What's up, man? Pythos, ducks aren't even in California. California doesn't have ducks. Think about it. Birds don't exist. Whole thing's a lie.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Are we staying to see Falcon Heavy too? Yep. How can birds be real if our eyes aren't real? Yonk yonk. That's a goose, Vin, not a duck, okay? That's a goose. Alright? If you don't have to endure the suffering of cold weather, you don't deserve the joys of it! Yes! Teague, we actually got a dev update, but I'll actually, we could go over it right now. Wolf has a 10-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, here. Let me, shine on you, crazy plant. Nice, Nate. Here, no, not that. What I'll do is I'll bring the notes up over there, and I'll keep the track for O3BM power on, and we will read the dev notes. That sounds so familiar. Shine on You, Crazy Diamond. It's a song by Pink Floyd. So what's happening in 80 minutes? They're going to deploy the satellite latte, and then we also have a Falcon Heavy mission. That's right, Z-Money. All right, so this is coming from Nate. Happy Friday, brave Kerbal Knots. A little bit of a slow news day here at Intercept Games as we gather feedback and data from our latest update to continue work on stability, performance, thermal, and new features. I've spent more time than usual over the last week building rockets in the 0.1.2 build, and I'm relieved to see that my own personal points of frustration are mirrored in the feedback we're getting from the community. I know we may sometimes seem remote, or that it may feel like your feedback submissions are falling on deaf ears. Not only are we collecting and reviewing your feedback, but the frequency with which you're reporting on certain issues is incredibly helpful to our goal of prioritizing fixes. As always, we appreciate your patience as we work down the list and shore things up for update 1.3. On the subject of updates, our update cadence is going to slow down a little bit. There are a couple of reasons for this. Not least of which is that every time we release an update, we divert some resources that would otherwise be focusing on continuing to improve the game. We are always balancing our desire to improve the current early access experience against long-term goals that involve more time investment. This is a very personal issue for me, because as a fan, I want the game to be perfect and awesome right now. But since genies don't actually exist, that's not how we'll arrive at the best version of KSP2. We will continue to release updates prior to our big science feature update, and hopefully a slower update cadence will mean that when they do go out, they contain more robust improvements. We are still working out what that exact cadence looks like, and I'll update you when we know more. Among the improvements that we're seeing this week here at the studio is our planet science system has taken a very big leap forward, and in the next patch will feel quite different at night. Now, reflected light from planets and moons is much more apparent both in space and on the night side of a celestial body. A little sample of what Joule might look like from the surface of Lathe. I know it's Lathe. Here, check this out. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty neat. The surface of Lathe. That's right. Thanks, Synergy. Very cool. This week's challenge is building a sci-fi spacecraft. No, don't worry about it, Latte. It's all good. This week's challenge, we're building a sci-fi spacecraft, and there are some very impressive entrants appearing in the KSP2 Discord. Please also check out our TikTok. Our community is very active over there, and their meme skills are quite breathtaking. Have a great weekend. All right. Really? Mini Victory, not Tiny Victory, had a buddy named Lathe. Really? Huh. It's out, zombie. It's just early access. Are you more excited about Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy launches these days? Back alley. That's a good question. Honestly, every rocket launch, dude. I'm excited about them all. That's why I cover all of them. Juice deployment status. Our 16-meter long ice-penetrating RIME antenna is not fully deployed as planned. Work is ongoing to resolve an issue. Uh-oh. My mouse cursor is gone. There we go. Dude, I like every rocket launch. Obviously, like the newer flights, I tend to really enjoy a lot more than these routine missions, right? But I like all of them, dude. I mean, the Starship launch last week just blew my mind, man. I still can't believe that happened. Heck, I can't even believe Artemis 1 happened. We sent something back to the moon that's designed to have people on board. Wow. That's such an abstract concept for my brain, and you know, like I've been reading about the Apollo missions for years that I don't think I actually, like, it hasn't really ticked. Like, the moon has always been, you know, oh, we'll get back to the moon in a couple of years, you know. We'll get back to the moon in a couple of years. It'll happen in the next 10 years. Like, and then we actually sent something there, and I'm like, huh. Huh. I mean, Trident launches are cool in their own right, John, but I prefer the rockets that go up there and stay up there. Either that or come back down and land in one piece. Do we know if SpaceX is paying for the dude's van they destroyed with concrete? The dude's van. Theoretically, that's DAS's van, dude. That's NASA Spaceflight's van. Actually, it's technically Mary's, but yeah, that's NSF's van. Yeah. I don't know if they're paying
Discovery,
for it, but
go at throttle up.
yeah. I don't know. But yeah, that's DAS's van. It's Mary's van. So Mary is, Boca Chica girl is the one that owns the minivan. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I texted him the day that it, you know, the day the Starship flew it. I'm like, dude, I think the van's broken. And he's like, yep. Don't worry. I think with all the Starship footage that they took, Theo, they could easily buy another one. You know. How do you claim that on insurance, dudes? How do you claim it? What do you do? Yeah, a chunk of concrete hit my van. Chunk of concrete from what? Rocket. And the van merch. That's right, the van merch. Price of camera access at this point is one Dodge minivan. All right. Dodge minivans are not that expensive. We could get one of those. Sure. Okay, Salyut, I got you. I just you pre-ordered the full stack plushie from them? Cool. Just don't get the Van new, yeah, right. I almost bought a Van D shirt, but nobody I know would understand. Yeah. Good that it was hit. Grand Caravans are ugly. It's not designed to look good, it's designed to work. With that being said, there are uglier minivans. Fiat Multipla, I'm looking at you. Sleepy Dots was talking about chopping the back half of it off and making a platform. Nice. No, it was an NSF camera vehicle, right? Yeah. Well, clearly it doesn't work after being hit by concrete, but it does. They drove away with the concrete still embedded in the back because they can't pull it out because it's embedded in the back, man. Oh, I better get the tarp out. Better get the tarp out or else that's going to have a lot of water intrusion the next time it rains. Nice, Jock. Newsflash, it did rain a lot. That's right, it rained right after Entropy, right? It did, didn't it? Pimp my ride, SpaceX style. Nah, it'll buff out. It'll buff out. So you want to be a player, but your wheels ain't fly. You got to hit SpaceX up to get a pimped out ride. You've got to pimp my ride. Damn right. That's broken. That's broken. No low ballers, chat. I know what I have. That's very broken. It'll buff out. How far was that, Reveril? It's like a half a kilometer away. 400 to 500 meters, give or take. I would like to add that it's 400 to 500 meters with a lot of stuff in the way, and a piece of concrete still found its way to the minivan. They deserve an entry to the OnlyVans. Nice. That's awesome. It was at this moment that Pip My Ride went too far. Okay. They near it? No, no one was near this wreck. There was a huge no-go zone because they knew this was going to happen. Probably not to that extent, but at least the NSF van could be driven away. Lab Padres van, however, could not be driven. Really? Damn. Yeah, right? Right? Yeah. 619. Dude, the C-pillar is toast, man. You know how, like you do, you know how fast something needs to be going to do that? That's unbelievable. Dude, I'm actually kind of impressed, though. It tanked it. It absorbed the impact, which is pretty impressive, dude. It didn't just go right through it. It absorbed the freaking impact, man. That's pretty good, man. Pretty damn safe. Dude, like... They have a AOS through Tasmania. The slider window is still intact, right? Right, Manic? Right. What happened? A rock hit my car. What did it cause? A paint chip? Yeah, you could say that. Lab Padre did drive away with his? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, there was a fire at all the telehandlers, Phil. I saw that. Oh, telehandlers are... Pretty crazy, right? The minivan is worth way more now. Oh. Remove the roof behind the slider and convert it to a short bed. That's actually not a bad idea. Flatbed the thing. I was thinking, you know, NSF needs a flatbed truck. Flatbed truck would do really nicely for a camera vehicle. No, it's not leaving Earth's orbit, Verlig. It's not going nearly fast enough. This is a medium Earth orbit, or direct-to-MEO insertion. So we need to wait for the altitude over there on the right to get up to... about 19,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, somewhere around there. Yeah, we got a little ways to go. Is the speed still in reference to the ground? What else would it be in reference to, Reveril? Airspeed? There's no air up there.
I'm not yawning, I swear.
T-minus next flight. Falcon Heavy is an hour and hour 15 away, give or take.
I'll be right back, 1 second.
We're way slower than ludicrous speed. Way slower.
Acquisition of signal, Guam.
I'm back. I can't get the freaking hockey game out here. I got the Islanders game. I got Canes Islanders. The Bruins game is on the local station, which I don't get on YouTube TV, which is great. Pretty much hired, yeah. Kind of sucks. All good, though. So, guys, a little thing on guidance systems. So, Revel, sorry. I mean, they're using, the second stage is using inertial guidance. So, basically, it's using its last, basically, it's measuring, it's using the acceleration of the vehicle, and right now, deceleration vehicle to figure out where it is relative to the surface of, basically, it's using the launch pad as a datum for the most part. I mean, I don't, guys, here's the thing. Like, I don't want to get into too much detail there about how those systems work. Long story short, it's using an accelerometer on board to figure out where it is. It uses the acceleration and decelerations of the vehicle to figure out where it is, so it knows where it isn't. You can watch hockey games for free. I'm not sure how that really helps me, Ugly, but thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Was there an issue? No, Falcon Heavy just got pushed back a little bit. Oh. But yeah, Jock, yeah, it knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't. Nah, Moo, I got it, thank you. We'll figure out a way. Now that's a pretty picture. Isn't that nice? No, go back to that. How's the weather looking for the Falcon Heavy launch? Well, they moved it out, but it's Falcon Heavy's targeting the end of the window from what I understand. It seems to be okay. I mean, this rocket was down the street from Falcon Heavy, and if it launched, I'd assume that Falcon Heavy's okay, so... Seriously, here. Oh, what a shot. Check this out. So this one just launched. That's the rocket we see up in space right now. That one right there, literally down the street, should be launching about an hour, give or take. Someone spawned another tornado. Yeah. It has vents, Erudite. Yeah, of course. 2 launches in one day, Verlig. Yep. Mm-hmm. SpaceX ain't playing games, man. Yeah, if Falcon Heavy does launch, that will take the record for the shortest amount of time between 2 rocket launches from the same space center. Yeah, it's a record that KSC already had. Or, well, Cape Canaveral already had, but yeah, that record was set during the Gemini program. Will it be the same launch director? I'm not sure, Lewis. I know that SpaceX has a secondary mission control room. Not just that one control room in Hawthorne, but yeah, we'll see. Isn't that done now that Heavy was delayed? I wish they did Falcon Heavy and or Starship from Vandenberg. I'd like to make the schlap on the Amtrak to see those. Ha! Well, Atlanta, I mean... Space Force Delta 30 just released this. Vandenberg Space Force, California. Colonel Rob Long, Space Launch Delta 30 commander, signed a statement of support on April 21st, 2023, granting SpaceX permission to lease Launch Complex 6, Slick 6, for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launches. You're in luck, my guy. So get on the train to Lompoc Surf and watch one of these things. Because Falcon Heavy was pushed an hour, they can't beat the record anymore. Dude, SpaceX scored Slick 6. That's actually really a big deal, man. Slick 6 is one of my favorite launch pads. Yes, I have a favorite launch pad. Why wouldn't I have a favorite launch pad? Here, look at Slick 6 in all of its glory. You gotta come out for a Falcon Heavy launch, okay? I'd prefer this, oh snap, to be honest with you, but we can't have that. Maybe Starship in the future. But also, seeing a Falcon Heavy teed up here I wouldn't be upset. Let me put it to you like that. Oh, that looks so good. That was at Vandenberg, Procyon. Yep. Falcon Heavy's better than the space shuttle? Bro. No. That's incorrect. On pretty much every level. Never knew they had a shuttle up right there. Only one. A test fit stack with Enterprise. In 1985. Yep. The pad was literally operational, and they're like, yeah, no, never mind. Oh. Hey. Saturn V is better than the space shuttle? Debatable. Hi. Saturn V helped take people to the moon. Yeah, but the space shuttle is cooler. Imagine just returning with your crew compartment. That's kind of cringe. Where are the remaining shuttles being housed? There's 4 of them, Phantom Whiskers. There's Enterprise, which is the one that you just saw, which was the atmospheric flight test article, which was never made as an orbiter to go into space. That was just to make sure that the shuttle could fly correctly. Enterprise is at the Intrepid Sea and Space Museum in New York City. It's literally sitting on an aircraft carrier inside of a tent, which is actually really cool. The oldest orbiter in the fleet, Discovery, at 39 missions, is sitting at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Smithsonian Air and Space Museum annex at Dulles, Virginia, in Dulles, Virginia. And it's sitting next to an SR-71, which is pretty cool. The third oldest one in the fleet is Atlantis. Atlantis is at KSC in a pretty damn spectacular exhibit. If you're down in Florida, go check out Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex and go see the Atlantis exhibit. It is very, very worth it. And then the 4th orbiter remaining, and the newest one, is Endeavour. Endeavour is at the California Science Center in Los Angeles. The cool thing about Endeavour, though, if you give me a moment. So right now, Endeavour is sitting inside of a hangar. Basically a temporary building. Basically like this. It's sitting inside of a temporary building. But the California Science Center is basically planning on they basically have a real external tank. They have a real external tank, and Northrop Grumman donated 2 boosters to 2 solid rocket boosters to the California Science Center as well, and they plan on making this. Next mission for Slick 40 is a Starlink launch set for May 2nd. Cool. California Science Center is going to have Endeavour in the vertical configuration, which is with a vertical configuration in a vertical configuration with a real external tank and real SRBs that actually have been flown. Yeah. It's really freaking cool, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're planning on doing. They're building the Samuel Oschin Air and Space Center at the California Science Center. It's going to have pretty much the last shuttle stack in existence. I bet you there's enough spare parts and structural testing articles left over from the shuttle program to make probably one more stack. I know there's enough SRB casings because after Challenger, they had a lot of double O-ring SRB casings lying around that they didn't want to use anymore, and they sent those out and about. So, and then there's the leftover casings for SLS, but I don't think they're going to use those for the museum exhibit. They're going to use those to fly. So, yeah, that's pretty much going to be the last one. There's only one other external tank in existence that I know would be up for the job, and that thing is junk. It's sitting at an abandoned airport in Florida somewhere. Yeah, very strange. The more I look at the shuttle stack, the smaller it seems after looking at Super Heavy. Dragon, you gotta remember, Starship is the size of the orange tank. The shuttle trainer, which you can climb and walk through, is in Seattle. Yeah, Deblu, you're right. It is. I've walked inside of it. Yeah, pretty cool. I can't stand up straight inside of a shuttle. I'm too tall. I learned that. Scott Manley can fit in it, though. Is it still sitting out at the docks? Pretty much. Actually, like now I'm thinking, could they do it? There's only one other external tank. Like actual external tank. Yeah. Calling Scott short? No, I'm saying I'm taller. Can you see last? Zombie, I don't do lasts anymore. Just type it again, dude. Hello. EJ's too big. They'll never get through. Calling me fat? Is there a height limit to an astronaut? Not really, Z-Money, no. How hard can it be to manufacture a tank? We wouldn't manufacture a flight-grade tank for a museum exhibit, Reveril. That tooling is long gone. EJ ain't gonna fit like that. The EJ ain't gonna fit. Interesting, Jackal. Probably asked every stream, but what actually stopped the space race? What was the defining factor that was like, nope, space is done? The Apollo-Soyuz test project basically ended the space program, Zombie, but that wasn't the reason. So I'm gonna put SpaceX back on here. Okay, so basically what happened is that NASA's budget for Apollo started getting cut even before Neil walked on the moon. Now, the reason why that started happening, right? The reason why the budget started getting cut is because, well, we already had the launch vehicle developed, and there was no need to pour so much money in because development for rocket launch vehicles is expensive, right? That's expensive. That takes time. But you don't need, just because the Apollo program was nabbing 4% of the budget doesn't mean that it needs to stay at 4% of the budget. It only needed that to develop the Saturn V. Flying the Saturn V is comparatively inexpensive. So, They started ramping down NASA's budget in 1968, 69, right? So the Soviets saw this. They saw this and they said, well, they're not doing it. They're cutting the budget. So we'll see it through, and they're cutting their budget. They're not going to do it anymore. So they started doing that too, but their moon rocket didn't make it off the pad many times. Never made it into space. Flew higher than Starship though, for what it's worth. So they basically looked at that and said, "Oh, they're cutting their budget, so we don't need to. It's not if they're not making it a national priority, I guess we won't either." And then it's actually an interesting story. It's actually pretty funny. So they started cutting the budget in 1970, 1971, and then in 1972 they cut it even more. They kept slashing at the budget, which is stupid. But I mean, once again, that's even reducing NASA's budget by like 75% is still enough to operate and run the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B. Flying rockets is not the expensive part. Developing them, designing them and making them, that's the expensive bit. So their rocket failed. The Soviet M1 failed in 1969. It blew up the pad. They launched again in 1971. It blew up the pad again. And then they launched in 1973, and it blew up the pad again. And basically the Soviets said, frick this, they're not doing it. By then, the shuttle program came around, right? Which is interesting. The shuttle program came around in December of 1972 or something. We announced that we would do the space shuttle instead, and we wouldn't go back to the moon. And then the Soviets said, oh, well, they're making a different rocket now. So we're not going to do it either. They're going to stop going to the moon. We're going to stop going to the moon. But yeah, that's basically what happened, dude. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that. The funny part of that story is that the Soviet space program they were like, oh, well, they're going, they have that Saturn V. That's a great rocket. They were like, he's good rocket. Ogromny. Bolshoi. He's nice. Это хорошо. And they were like, oh, this is very good. And then the funny thing is that the U.S. started the space shuttle program. And because now don't get me wrong, the Department of Defense was involved with the shuttle program. Oh, absolutely. That's how NASA was able to develop it on basically Gemini's budget, because they had Department of Defense money going towards it, which is not necessarily a bad thing. That also is coincidentally why the payload bay ended up being 15 feet by 45 feet, or about 5 meters by 15 meters, designed to put certain satellites in certain types of orbits with extreme cross-range capability for launching the shuttle into a polar orbit for reasons. What reasons? Don't know. Hubble fit very nicely inside of that payload bay, though. I do know that. So the Soviets, because it was a very public program, and NASA was very public about it, with the Department of Defense kind of being a shadow donor, so to speak, the Soviets looked at that and got really, really freaking confused. They looked at it and they said, "What? Why would you make this?" They're like, you have the Saturn V. Why would you make this? This is dumb. Why would you do? Why would you make that thing that looks like a steam engine with wings attached to the side? Why would you make this? The Saturn V is way better. Like, you just beat us to the moon. You're not going to use that rocket? What? So they got so confused by the shuttle, they defaulted to it has to be some type of weapon system. That makes no sense. It makes no sense trying to build something like that when you have the Saturn V, which is kind of a poignant argument to make. So they looked at that and they said, all right, they're not going to the moon. So they said, screw it. The hell with our moon program. Whatever. Whatever that thing does, we need to figure out what that thing does, and we got to start by matching its capability. They literally pulled a Cal Naughton Jr. I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Yeah, they got really confused. And that's why they built Buran. Because they looked at the shuttle and said, that's such a stupid idea. There has to be a purpose. You wouldn't go and make this and not use the Saturn V. They got really confused. I kind of see where they're coming from, to be honest with you. Like, even von Braun at the time was like, why are we making the shuttle? That's dumb. Why would we do this? We have the Saturn V. We can go to the moon. Why do we need this? Who cares if it's not reusable? We can go to the moon. Right? The Soviets got so confused. That's why they built Buran Energia, because they had no idea what the shuttle could do. They thought it was a weapon system. And for all we know, it could have been. I don't know. Am I lying to you? Jeez, I don't know, man. They defaulted to that's got to be a weapon system. We need something with a 15 by 45 payload bay, 15 foot by 45 payload bay, so 5 meter by 15 meter payload bay that can move 25 tons into space. We need to engineer a system to do that and also make it reusable. Because they got really freaking confused, because it's almost like getting rid of the Saturn V was a really stupid idea. How did the Falcon 9 launch go? Good. It's coasting. We're almost at SES-3, so medium Earth orbit circularization. Did they paint the E2 orange or is the foam orange? Fun fact, Erudite, the first flight of the space shuttle, STS-1, had a painted tank. The orange is actually an unpainted tank. If you look at STS-1, it launched with a painted white tank. STS-1 and 2 launched with white tanks, and they've realized they could save 2,000 pounds of paint by not doing that. So the foam that you see on there is an insulated material designed to keep propellants cold. Go for prop load on Falcon Heavy. Good. That's good news. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Now, to be fair, yeah, I mean, Penta, before we go dump on Richard Nixon, because everybody does that because it's easy to judge people of the past by modern, when we have the benefit of hindsight. He wanted the space shuttle. Dude, to be fair, the space shuttle could have changed the game. The problem with the space shuttle is that, well, one, remember how I said that whole developing rockets is really difficult? The space shuttle was developed with a budget adjusted for inflation, about congruent with the Gemini program. And if you think about the Gemini program and what it was supposed to do, and then what the shuttle is supposed to do, I'm actually amazed that NASA was able to engineer it. Now, keep in mind, they did have some DoD money behind them, right? But the fact that NASA was able to basically poop out the space shuttle in less than 10 years with the budget of a Gemini program is frankly absurd. Because you got to remember, the shuttle engine, that technology didn't exist in 1972. They had it up and running by 1978. The engines, which is by far and away the most difficult part. The fact that they crapped that thing out in less than basically a decade is absurd. Now, second part about that, they would have done it in lesser time if this program had been funded correctly. And if the program had been funded correctly, like the Apollo program, for instance, the shuttle probably would have ended up proving out reusability pretty well. Pretty well, actually. Cut short was the Apollo program? Yeah, of course. Moto. Yeah, Jen, pretty much. I like the orange tank wiser. Yep. So what happened to all the shuttle too expensive? Let's replace it with the new thing projects. That's just 80s and 90s guy penny pinching behavior. Synerd. Same reason why auto parts are made out of Chinesium. You picking up what I'm laying down? Could a painted tank ever prevented Columbia? Salute, I actually asked I actually asked one of my buddies that works on thermal protection systems for SLS, basically the foam. He does thermal modeling for the SLS. The guy doesn't watch the stream. He or doesn't have a username. He watches the stream, but he lurks, right? I asked him about that. He said no, probably not. No, like how many missions were planned past Apollo, past 17? Oh, they were funded out to, they had, okay. The Apollo program, the Saturn V was ordered on a block buy. Basically, NASA bought, what was it, 15 Saturn Vs, 20 including test articles. Full stacks, paid for, in full. In 1972, when the Apollo program officially got canceled, there were 3 full Saturn Vs ready to go. 18, 19, and 20. Yeah. We had 3 full Saturn V, complete Saturn V front to back, ready to go. Landers, everything. The budget got cut so hard that they didn't fly existing hardware. Which is... that's kind of stupid. Which one became Skylab? The Apollo 18 Saturn V is the one that launched Skylab into space. And that ended up being the last Saturn V to launch in 1973. Speaking of SLS foam, I was at Marshall 2 weeks ago. I saw a test article where they popped the SLS core stage a couple years ago. Right next to it, they had some SLS core stage scrap laying around. Got to touch the foam. A lot harder than I expected. Cool, Weiser. That's neat. I found draft order requests from NASA in mid-1968 were set for Saturn V 16 through 25. They were canceled. Yeah, guys, you got to remember the Apollo program was basically comprehensive to build out sustainable spaceflight architecture all the way basically to Mars. Yeah. They had plans on doing Venus flybys with people, Mars flybys with people, eventually landing on Mars, establishing a base, long-term outpost on the moon. You know, everybody says, oh, Apollo is not sustainable. It was just flags and footprints. Well, the dirty truth of that situation is that, you know what, man? Yeah, of course, after the first couple of missions, it's going to be flags and footprints. You canceled it before it became sustainable. Oops. What's your favorite rocket of all time, and have you recreated it in KSP? The Space Shuttle is my favorite, agree. It's the rocket I grew up with. And yes, I've made it in KSP. KSP-1 at least. Oh, the chat's moving too fast. Dukas, how you doing, man? I just want to say thanks for the stream. I finally got released from the hospital after my spinal shoulder surgery, but I was able to tune in for a bit while I was in it, and it was nice to hang. Felt a little like home. Much love. All right, dude. Right on. Also, not only did they include order requests that detailed how they were going to simplify production to reduce costs. I mean, Ian, yeah, I still say an argument could be made that operating the Saturn V in mass production format, basically what SpaceX is doing with Falcon 9, operating Saturn 1B and Saturn V in that regard probably would have ended up being cheaper than developing the space shuttle. I think we could say that pretty conclusively. I mean, or at least an argument could be made for it. Opinion on that Boeing concept that was super huge, that was like a space plane stacked on top of the same space plane under the... There's been a lot of designs like that. Nice, I've seen your KSP shuttle. It's really good. Right on, agree. Thank you. You made it with all stock parts, didn't you? Yep. Yeah, here. I can show you a picture. There it is. The only thing that I changed, agree, was the gimbal vector range of the SRBs. In stock KSP, the SRBs make 1 degree of gimbal. I switched it to the 8.5 that the actual SRBs have on the space shuttle to make it fly like the real one. Yeah, something like that, Hellfish. The 5-meter tanks, Reveril, in KSP-1 are not the right diameter to scale to the shuttle's fuselage correctly. I made my external tank wall out of fairing in this particular design. I remember being amazed that you had doors in stock KSP. That was a long time ago, agree, but yeah. This shuttle uses a standard Mark III payload bay, but, you know, here, I could... Yeah. See? There is it deploying a Centaur. I should have... I might be able to get more pictures of it. Not might, I can. We need... Nope. Yeah, there's a picture of the shuttle. Yep. So what I did, guys, in KSP1, I built the tiles. I built the tiles in a way, or I built the thermal protection system out of triangular panels, and then basically used what's akin to render tessellation. Basically used them to make complicated geometric shapes to mimic the thermal protection system of the shuttle. I actually also placed them in such a way that they disperse heat like the real tiles do. Yeah, so the front tiles get a little bit hotter than the rear tiles, but yeah. I made the wings and the underside of the shuttle all out of panels. Crazy part about this shuttle that it attaches to the external tank with a small docking port, so you could reuse it if you could figure out a way to attach it to a new tank. How did you do that? You have to attach the tiles to parts that get hot, like the nose cone. Do you know who you got any grapes is? Found him yesterday. Really, really funny. I've heard the name. Yeah, there's that same screenshot. That guy, I've seen that guy in chat, dude. Yeah, he's been in here before. Sorry. Fun fact, after this launch, there's only going to be 150 series Falcon 9 left. 1058, which is the current record holder at 15 flights. Interesting, Jim, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a concept for the Space Shuttle Erudite, but yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, that didn't really work. That was a concept for the Space Shuttle program, excuse me. Yeah, that didn't get approved. Rockwell is the company that got the contract. So apparently lightning struck the lightning rod for Falcon Heavy. It did yesterday, Nick. Yep, that's why it's there, so lightning doesn't hit the rocket. He's pretty out there, but he likes space. I've seen that guy before, dude. Is the lightning rod okay? Yeah, of course. It did its job. I do, Fozzie. Yeah, I saw the fight. So keep in mind, Reveril, it might not be 20,000. I could be wrong there because medium Earth orbit, the median distance for medium Earth orbit is around 19,000. This could be going to a lower medium orbit, and judging by the timeline here, I'm going to bet you it's not going to be 20,000. I might be a little bit incorrect. Once again, I picked the median for medium Earth orbit, basically where GPS is, which is MEO. But keep in mind, MEO isn't one singular altitude. It's a range. It's a nominal range of altitudes. I'm having a hard time getting approval for time off. Hey, it is what it is, Prominent. Dude, I mean, I know it's a hard ask. Don't worry about it, man. I'm serious. You can say that seriously. Don't worry about it if it's not that big of a deal. It's okay. I get it. If you can't get the time, you can't get the time, dude. It's all good. You explain things here so much better. It's why I like it better here. Comparatively to what, Sky Moose? Don't compare me to other streamers, dude. We're all here because we like space. If that's what's going on there, if I'm following that conversation right. But I do appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. Damn it! Stupid hockey game. Yeah, no comment, Cerebral. No comment. You like space and pickup trucks? Oh, to the grape guy. Oh. Okay. Definitely explain things better than most of your former teachers. Nice. Yeah, I agree with you, Taradra. This is the first launch miss failures. The second one should be happening in about half hour. Okay, sorry. Neat. You saying I'm not funny? Oh, Dukas. If you're here, buddy, I don't mean to call out people that are lurking. But did you see that? Tell me you saw that. Hopefully that'll make your day better. He's probably chilling in bed right now. Oh, show the forward cam, damn it. Oh, you're here? Alright, cool. Oh, bro. Dude. Dude. Dude! Did they have a plan to use the shuttle to go back to the moon? Yeah! No to wit, yeah, exactly. They did. What they wanted to do with the space shuttle, they weren't going to fly the space shuttle to the moon because wings don't, they weren't going to fly it all the way there because wings don't work on the moon. There's no air. So it's a waste of, it's just dead mass. That's not going to do anything for you. What the space shuttle is designed to do, or what it was designed to do, because it still flies in my head, even though it hasn't flown in over a decade. Nice picture. What the shuttle was supposed to do is build vehicles in low Earth orbit to go back to the moon. That's what it was supposed to do. The shuttle, the original Space Transportation System program was it was initially a 4-part plan. First part was to build the shuttle. Second part was to build a space station. We actually ended up doing that part. That's what became the ISS. The third part was to work on reusable on-orbit tugs. So basically, shuttle would go up, put an upper stage up in space, another shuttle would launch, attach a payload to it, send that out to the moon. Fourth shuttle would launch with another upper stage, or third shuttle would launch with another upper stage, and fourth shuttle would launch with people on board. And that first payload would be a lander, right? And then the people would fly out on the third stage to the moon, and they would ditch that other stage, right? And then attach to the lander, go down Apollo style, right? And then they would come back up and use that the stage that was still up there, come back, recircularize around Earth, and then another shuttle would go pick them up, and then another shuttle would come up and pick up the extra Centaur stage and come back down. Because if that sounds complicated, well, yeah, it is. But honestly, if a shuttle is launching once a week, these are inconsequential missions. You could literally do this in a month. Right? That's not a lot. That's not a lot. You're launching 4 shuttles like that, and maybe a 5th and 6th to come and pick it up. If you did that right, you could overlap the mission. So like the shuttles that are picking up the stage and the transfer vehicle that's coming back from the moon, they could go up, launch another satellite, and then come back down with, you know, with the payload, right? So you could have it jump up, deploy like Tidris, and then grab the stage and then come back down. So The idea is that the shuttle is never deadheading, right? That's what they wanted to do. That plan was proposed in 1972 when the shuttle program started. The problem is that they said, all right, okay, build the space shuttle, we'll do all that stuff later. The integrated program plan. That's right, Alpha. Yep. Might be a stupid question, but if we keep dropping stages in... But if we keep dropping, it could in theory piss off other... Zombie, I don't exactly understand what you're trying to ask. We usually dispose of stages in some way, shape, or form. Didn't Von Braun write an entire plan for a mission to Mars that involved hundreds of launches? Using the Saturn architecture, which once again, if the shuttle isn't launching once a week, it doesn't really make sense to operate a vehicle that complicated. Falcon Heavy fuel load has started. I'm still convinced that a Shuttle Plus Constellation program would have been the best space program ever. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Wait, did Bertuzzi score? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm behind, which means I get to see it. Oh! That guy went into the net. Focus, EJ-san. What do you mean? Dude. I hate the Panthers. I hate them so much. You imagine the upkeep for the shuttles was extremely high. The upkeep for them are extremely high. The reason why the shuttles ended up taking a long time to turn around and why they never ended up being fully reusable is because they never worked to the point of making them fully reusable. Think about how much Falcon 9 wouldn't make sense if we were still using Falcon 9 1.1s. Falcon 9 1.1 might be able to land on a drone ship. Sometimes it misses, sometimes it blows up, and then it might be able to be reused once or twice. The shuttle program never iterated fully enough to get the shuttle reusable to be reusable like on a weekly basis or at least a monthly basis. We never got that far. They made it safer. They decided to make it safer instead after Challenger. What's the purpose of Dream Chaser? Down mass capability that lands on a runway, Mufasa. It's basically a little mini shuttle. Guys, I'm fully... Ah, there it is. I see it. I see it beat up. Man, I'm way behind. Yes. Doozy! I agree, Hellfish. Yeah, I mean... Agulex, I'm reading all of it. Give me a second. I'm reading it all. I'm reading all of it quick, and I'm not reading it out loud because it can read faster than it can talk. Huh, interesting. Neat. Well, the nose cone got tested. Dish, it's direct to Geo, so it's going due east. Oh yeah, that's a little crumply, Thomas, yeah. Could you put a shuttle on the side of a Saturn V? They wanted to do that, but they figured out that solid rocket boosters are cheaper than a Saturn V first stage. Okay, we should be coming up here on deploy. So it looks like this MEO is about 7,000 kilometers up. I said it would be up to 20, but this is actually a lower medium Earth orbit. You can see that they've begun thermal conditioning on the stage here. The Saturn V is infinitely more capable. Some type of reusable architecture being built around the Saturn V probably would have been a better idea than building out the entire space shuttle. But Hellfish, the only reason we say that is because we have the benefit of hindsight. There is no way, dude, on paper, the shuttle looked infinitely better than Saturn V in every regard in 1972. Even in 1984, 1985, it looked infinitely better than the Saturn V. And I still will say that, you know, if it flew on a weekly basis, it would have been way better than the Saturn V. But they never... we ran out of resolve after Challenger, man. We got cold feet. It should be Combat Gem, yep. Hydra Gaming, 26-month resub. Thank you. I did catch part 2, Aqualex. Were you necroing a topic from this stream from like a week ago? You thought I wouldn't notice. Homeboy necroed a topic from a week and a half ago.
Go at throttle up.
Voon, what's up, man? Have you been able to try out CS2 yet? Or has your ping been too high? I haven't gotten an invite, but I haven't tried Voon either. And my ping is too high. There's thermal conditioning on the second stage. That's what we're talking about in a couple months. Nice. Hellfish, there is a universe where Saturn V's first stage was propulsively landing on the day our shuttle had its first flight. Propulsively landing in S1C would be quite difficult.
Welcome
here we
back
go.
to the webcast for
Air starting one would be difficult. Starting him on the ground was a challenge.
Liftoff at 6:12 p.m. Eastern Time,
Crinkle.
followed by successful
44,
ascent,
44,
stage
44, 44.
preparation, first stage landing, and 2 second stage engine burns. We're now coming up on the third and final second stage engine burn before the 2 payload deployments. Should be happening in just a few seconds.
Green flash.
There is the start of that burn. Boop. And this is a quick burn and should last around 30 seconds.
So notice that their altitude isn't increasing, but speed is increasing. That's a circularization burn. See over there? If altitude's not increasing, but speed is increasing, that means you're burning prograde at apogee. Engine shut down, a little bit of weeble wobbles. Everything looks good. Stage purge down.
There was second engine shut off there for the third time.
What the frick
Now we
kind
were
of
waiting
burn
on
was that?
confirmation of a good orbit from the teams.
Nominal mission orbit insertion.
There is that confirmation of nominal orbital insertion. And as a reminder, the O3B satellites are still attached to Falcon 9's second stage. The first payload deployment will occur in about 3 minutes from now.
That was not exactly at AP. It was close, but it's not exactly at AP. If they were burning at AP, the trajectory wouldn't have been kinked like that. That means they burned right before AP. It was close. Interesting. There seemed to be a radial in component to that burn. See, if they burned at AP, the orbit wouldn't kink like that. It wouldn't look like this. It would still be perfectly circular, but it clearly took a right-hand turn. Right-hand turn in space because in the relative SpaceX map view like this, Earth is down there, right? So the relative view that we're looking at is a spacecraft, picture of the spacecraft from the side, right? We're looking at it from the side in that map view. Because we're looking at it from the side, if the trajectory kinks like that, looking at it from the side, that means a radial in burn. So it was prograde radial in, meaning that the stage was pitched down slightly during that second burn, which is interesting. I'm almost wondering why they would do that. That's not an efficient way to do this, but the timing of the launch window probably denoted a slightly inefficient high energy change like this. They're not. This mission is not going to Geo, Jock. This is a MEO mission. This is O3B mPOWER 3 and 4 is a medium Earth orbit mission. Falcon Heavy is the direct to Geo. T-minus 20 vent for Falcon Heavy. Nice, nice. Now the graphic is accurate right in the this is live telemetry. I know that's live telemetry.
We are less than a minute from the first of the two.
I know that's live telemetry because people at SpaceX told me that it's live telemetry, so I believe them.
In December of last year, so this
what are the
launch will
benefits
mark the
of
third
MEO
and fourth
over LEO and
satellites
GEO?
of the
Good question.
O3B mPOWER satellite constellation.
In terms of communication satellites, Weiser, you know what, dude? I'll tell you in a second. We're getting up on deploy. Give me 1 second. Remind me to answer that question in a little bit. We're looking up the business end of the satellite
Continuing
here.
to look good on the second stage and the payloads.
26,
We're a little less
T-minus
than
20 minutes,
seconds
Jim.
from that first deployment.
Well, the map view, Aqualex, it's a radial inburn. I'm not sure, human.
First payload separation confirmed.
Okay, the satellites are two of them stacked on top of each other,
with
so
the
we
confirmation
can't
of
really
a
see it.
successful deployment of that first satellite. Now with that confirmation, we do have one more major milestone left in our mission, and that's the deployment of the second and final spacecraft for SES-03B mPOWER. The second deployment is scheduled to happen in about 6 minutes from now. So in the meanwhile, enjoy the space views once again, and we'll see you here very shortly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We should see the satellite here in a moment, I think. Is that? Oh, they played the promo footage by accident. SpaceX intro music sequence. Oh boy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guys are 79 months. Two SpaceX missions back to back, dudes. Nice. You know what I'd do with $1 million? Launch 2 missions at the same time, man. Damn straight, always wanted to do that. So, on the left screen here is the O3B mPOWER 3-4 mission, finishing up its satellite deploy here. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, we have the VISAT 3 America's Falcon Heavy launch. Back-to-back missions. One mission is concluding, another mission starting, man. Do you mind answering the MEO question? Yeah, Weiser. Okay, long story short, if we're talking about communications satellites, dude, so it's a trade-off between... So it's always a trade-off. Okay, so why would you put a satellite in low Earth orbit? A communications satellite. Communications satellites would be good for low Earth orbit because low latency. It's close. It's closer. You have literally lower latency. But the problem with that is that the satellite doesn't have a very big field of view, okay? It doesn't have a big field of view, so it can only really see what it's kind of over, and that's about it. Very short field of view. In a high Earth orbit, so out at geostationary, right? Geostationary has, well, the field of view is pretty much half of Earth, but the latency is higher. So higher Earth orbit constellations out in geosynchronous tend to take less satellites, but you have to deal with the ping. They're 23,000 miles that way, or about 38,000 kilometers that way. So you got to deal with that problem, right? Low Earth orbit, you get low latency, but you have a very, very small field of view. The satellite can basically only communicate with what it's flying over, right? Like directly over. So you'd need a lot more satellites for a low Earth orbit constellation, a la Starlink. O3B M-Power is in medium Earth orbit. So it's basically the median, right? You're going to need more satellites because you have that same field of view problem, right, as the high orbit, right? But you don't have as much of a latency problem as you do with the constellations that are where like Viasat is, for instance. In fact, O3B M-Power is Intelsat. No, it's SES's competition for Starlink. Yeah, true story. That's their internet satellite constellation. Yeah. And like how SpaceX also launches OneWeb, for instance. Pretty interesting, right? Hang on. Let's put that down here. SpaceX intro over here. Boop, boop.
Stage separation confirmed. Dragon.
Does that make sense, dude? It's a trade-off between, do you want more satellites with a smaller field of view and lower latency? Do you want less satellites with a wider field of view and higher latency? Or do you want somewhere in between? That's the difference. In fact, you're seeing those two markets challenge each other with like O3B M-Power, Starlink, OneWeb, Eutelsat, or Intelsat, I think.
Kennedy Space Center. We are awaiting liftoff at 8:26 p.m. Eastern Time. Welcome to our live webcast of the Viasat 3 America's mission from SpaceX.
The crazy thing is, Yume's desk is like
my name is Atticus Videra, and I'm a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX. I'm super excited to be here with you today, bringing you live coverage of our second Falcon Heavy mission this year and our second launch of Just the Day today.
Cardin, I like the space shuttle.
As you might be able to read on the fairing, our customer today is Viasat, a global communications company that's developing the ultimate communications network to power high-quality, secure, affordable, and fast connections to enhance the lives of people all over the world. Our main payload today, Viasat 3, is one of 3 satellites that will make up a constellation. It's expected to be the world's highest capacity satellite and will be the largest all-electric satellite ever to be launched. In addition to Viasat 3, we also have 2 secondary payloads on board the second stage. Those 2 payloads are Astronis' first micro-geosatellite and Gravity's CubeSat, Gravity Space 1.
And then New Centaur.
Both are scheduled to deploy after Viasat 3, which will be a few hours after liftoff. And we'll have more about those secondary payloads just a little bit later in the webcast.
Fully expendable.
Now, it's worth noting that today we do need a lot of extra performance to help deliver our passengers to their final destination in a geostationary orbit high above the surface of the Earth.
Again, we're near the
in order to do this, we will not
today for our customer SES. Now that we didn't get any,
I don't know which one to.
First satellite.
Which one do we do?
About 6 minutes ago, we did get good confirmation. We are awaiting the
which one do we do?
What
do we do?
Satellite happening in just a few seconds.
I don't know what to do.
Now, much like that first spacecraft, it's likely we won't get used from the second stage
4-hour and 20-minute mark into flight.
But as you just heard, we did get confirmation via telemetry that we did have a successful deployment of that second satellite. Now, with confirmation of that successful deployment, that will end our coverage of the O3B M-Power mission. All of us here at SpaceX want to give a big thank you to the customer SES for entrusting us with today's mission. We also want to give a shout out to the Range and the Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's launch. This launch
wrap it up.
226 overall
wrap it up
to date, and our second launch of the week. Now, if you're down for more excitement, Falcon Heavy is actually getting ready to launch in just a few minutes here at the neighboring pad, in pad 39A down in Florida. The webcast is already live, so you can hop over there and watch that.
Larger payloads.
But as
like
always,
the Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy is a 2-stage launch vehicle. The big difference is that the Falcon Heavy first stage is comprised of 3 cores, while Falcon 9 only has 1.
Jesse, I hear you.
28 engines total. Each one of these boosts has Merlin 1D engines, making for a total of 27 engines across all 3 boosters. 1D engines, making for a total of 27 engines across all 3 boosters, and you can see that there on your screen. The 28th engine is a Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage and will power the payload to
No, come back.
Altogether, the Merlin 1D engines at the base of Falcon Heavy produce 5 million pounds of thrust. That's equal to 18 747s at takeoff. The engines produce so much power that we don't run them at full thrust all at once until after liftoff. About 3 minutes into flight, the two side boosters will separate from the center core. Each side booster has flown before, one booster having flown twice and the other 7 times before.
This is a direct-to-geo insertion, dude, because that's why we're all expendable on all 3 cores. This thing is moving a 6,400 kilo satellite, a 300 kilo satellite, and a 20 kilogram satellite direct to geostationary. So not a transfer orbit. Falcon Heavy's 3rd stage is going to go all the way out to geosynchronous, 38,000 kilometers or 23,500 miles that way, and circularize out there and then deploy the payload. It's a 6-hour coast, dude. No, I'm not staying here for all of that. No, I'm not staying here for all that. Falcon Heavy Viasat 3 launch coverage. So that's why they're expending the boosters.
Payload from aerothermal loads, heating, and contamination during ascent.
All right, we're good.
But once we reach the vacuum of space, we no longer need
truck
to
streaming still deploy. I want to watch hockey, man.
As the second stage continues on its journey to orbit.
Fast forward. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. I'm taking a hiatus from Friday Night Racing, John, because I got too much on my plate. Okay, ad time. Guys, I'm going to run ads so nobody gets ads during the launch. Why do you want to watch a team that's going to lose? Because I root for the home team now. No matter what, Gambit, I'm not a fair weather fan like you.
Everywhere they go.
There we go. We're caught
For
up.
over 35 years, we've worked tirelessly to get to where we are today, creating satellites with greater capacity to carry more data and handle higher speeds.
We've heard a lot of people say it's impossible to do what they're talking about doing at Viasat. You know, a terabit satellite, it's not going to happen. And so I'm really excited to say that's not true.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
In just a few minutes, we will launch the world's highest capacity single satellite into geostationary orbit.
This thing's a monster.
With this launch day, we are entering the Viasat 3 era. We have our first one going up over the Americas.
Flight 1 enables us to bring connectivity to the markets here in North America and in South America.
Look at that. That parabolic antenna.
Part of Viasat
Unbelievable.
3 is the
It's
fact
huge.
that it's not just one satellite.
By deploying 3 Viasat 3s, we will have a near global network that can provide services to virtually the entire Earth. One of the features you'll notice is the very large solar arrays. These enable us to generate well over 25 plus kilowatts of electrical power on orbit. That allows us to generate huge amounts of capacity that is then usable on the ground.
The enormous capacity of Viasat 3 isn't worth nearly as much if that capacity is stranded in areas where there's no demand.
Most of the people in the world only live in a very small fraction of the Earth. Yet we still want to be able to connect those people when they move from place to place.
Viasat 3 is designed to
Sorry, Gambit. I didn't mean to be that much of a jerk, dude. But I don't like missing hockey.
That bandwidth around,
really don't.
Really service
but also,
those
I'll
big
miss it for
spots.
space flight.
That's what our customers are looking for.
It's not just evolving, it's really like a revolution, making these big leaps in technology. And
don't drop it.
That's cool.
If you look at the progression from Viasat 1 to Viasat 2 to Viasat 3, Viasat 3 was actually the smallest satellite we've ever built, despite the fact that it's got multiples of capacity.
We took things that were twice the size of a human and brought it down to barely the size of a shoebox.
The satellite design process is no longer buy parts and boxes and hook them up. What we wanted was to invest in technology that can really scale. It's not just a new satellite design, it's a new way to build satellites.
We've had to reinvent all parts of the system.
I want to thank everybody at Viasat for their role in what we're about to do today. And of course, I want to thank our partners at Boeing. We wouldn't be where we are today without their support.
Many of us have spent several years working on this Viasat 3 Flight 1 America's satellite. Today is the day.
With the Viasat 3 constellation, billions of people can access more of the world, unlocking opportunity for everyone, everywhere.
Look at that
Starting
antenna, man.
now.
Dude, that thing's got to be like 100 feet across, man. That thing is huge.
At T-minus 6.5 minutes, the SpaceX team continues to count down for launch of our fifth operational
booster RP1 load complete.
Falcon Heavy flight, and all systems are go. Following a successful static fire on Thursday, April 13th, Falcon Heavy rolled out to the pad with the payload Tuesday night and went vertical several hours later. Before we began the webcast, the SpaceX launch director polled the members of the launch team and got a go for propellant loading and launch. We're currently loading propellant on both side boosters, center core, as well as the second stage. You may be able to hear the live rocket sounds from our launch pad. Those pops and hissing sounds that you hear are from propellant loading,
because satellite
as well as
engineering
the launch
is an
mount
art,
and strong back
Alex.
that propellant is flowing through. Falcon Heavy uses two propellants, a refined form of kerosene called RP1 or rocket propellant 1 as a fuel, and liquid oxygen or LOX as an oxidizer. An oxidizer is a type of chemical that a fuel requires in order to burn. The liquid oxygen is chilled below its boiling point so that it has a much greater mass per volume, and so basically we can load more of it into the rocket. Our fuel is RP1, essentially a purified kerosene. It is safe, easily available, and has a lot of history. As a fun fact, the Saturn V first stage flown from this very pad on the moon missions also used liquid oxygen and kerosene. And in addition to these two propellants,
Communication
we also
satellite
use the chemical
Rhino.
T-tab or triethyl aluminum.
Heavy tanks are pressurized.
They're launching a big rocket. It's 6,400 kilos. That's like a 13,000-pound satellite. That's, yeah, you need a big rocket for a satellite.
Lifts the vehicle off the
like
ground,
that.
and it's the T-tab that sets the match to the propellant mix.
Next up, that truss structure that you see next to the vehicle.
It's a direct geo insertion pop. Any landing? No. No.
Those clamp arms.
Retract in progress.
They're going to use all the Delta V of the booster. No landings here, guys. Yeah. The satellite in there is gigantic, man. It's... Think like as heavy as a fire truck and about the same size. It's freaking gigantic. Like, not like the big long ladder fire trucks, but the pumper trucks. You know what I'm talking about? The medium-sized fire trucks that carry the water around. It's about as big and as heavy as that. It is a monster of a satellite. And this thing is going to do a direct geostationary insertion, which is unbelievable. Okay, so basically to get to geostationary, a rocket gets into orbit first, into a low orbit, and then flies on a transfer orbit. And then once it gets out to the altitude that it needs to be geosynchronous or geostationary, it burns there and circularizes. Usually, satellites are sent on a geostationary transfer, which is all of what I just said minus the circularization part. The rocket will deploy the satellite, and the satellite will coast out to geo, and then it'll use its own thrusters to circularize out there. Now, what Falcon Heavy is going to do is it's going to ride with the second stage. The satellite's going to ride with the second stage all the way out to geosynchronous, and then the second stage will circularize out there and then deploy the satellite. That affords the satellite a lot more, basically gives the satellite way more shelf life, because the satellite doesn't need to use more of its fuel to do that whole circularization part. So Viasat must be paying a pretty penny for that performance. It's pretty good, man. But yeah, that's why it's fully expendable. This thing is going to go very far. It's going to go very far with a very big freaking satellite. And there's actually 3 of them on board. Not 3 6,400 kilo satellites. There's Viasat 3 Americas, which is the big primary payload, and then there's 2 secondary payloads on board. There's New Centaur H1A, which is a placeholder satellite for a future geostationary satellite, New Centaur for Malaysia. And then there's the Arcturus satellite for Astrantis Space Technologies, which is a prototype internet communication satellite, also going to GEO. This has 3 freaking payloads on board. That's why it's all expendable. The cool thing is that despite not landing any boosters, they're going to try to get those fairings back. Fairing recovery vessels are usually, 800 to 1,000 kilometers downrange for a Falcon 9 mission. Their fairing recovery ships are 2,000 kilometers downrange to try and get those fairings back. Those fairings are going to get a little crispy.
Box loading complete.
I'm going to shut up. Let's watch it launch.
Is now fully loaded with 2.8 million pounds of propellant. We should see some white clouds venting from the transporter erector LOX line in just a few seconds. This is completely normal and part of our closeout process.
Ground gas closeouts.
Following that, at T-minus 1 minute, the vehicle will enter startup. This is when the onboard flight computers take over control of the countdown. Shortly after startup, we should get a call out from our LD or launch director giving the final go for launch. So let's listen into the nets for those call outs.
Falcon Heavy is in startup.
Here we
Great
go.
news there, folks.
Oh, nope. Called abort.
As you may have heard, there was an abort just called over the nets.
500 bits from tech. Yeah, I got you. Please
just give us a few moments.
Like
We're going to check in with the team and listen to the nets, and we'll see if we can get some additional information to share.
Okay, so they tried to hit the go button, which is the auto sequencer, and the Falcon Heavy's onboard computers immediately said no. That means the onboard computers are detecting something with the vehicle that the computer doesn't like, or the computer's been told to not like. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah, the computer basically said, I don't wanna. Is this your rocket launch? Yup. And you're a Falcon Heavy rocket? Yup. And the Falcon Heavy rocket is supposed to launch right now with the Viasat 3 payload, right? Yup, sounds good to me. So why don't you go launch? I don't wanna. I don't wanna. It's not my wallet. But this is your ID in your wallet. Yup. And this ID says Patrick Starr. Yup, that's my name. So this is your wallet. It's not my wallet.
Discovery, go at throttle.
So right now, yep. Dude, that was cool. They brought the tanks back down from flight pressure. Basically, Falcon Heavy's going to go into a recycle here. And what they're basically trying to do is revert back to...
If you're just joining us, you might notice that the clock is paused right now. We did just have an abort called out on the nets. We are waiting for some more information to provide an update, so
Adam,
we'll be sure to get that update to you as soon as we can.
Right now, SpaceX is trying to figure out. So the computer's gonna throw. Basically, it's gonna throw an error code. It's gonna say, "Oh, propellant temperature is not good enough." I don't know if that's what's going on. That's just an example. And they're gonna figure out now, because the computer threw it, like whatever parameter that it threw, it's the launch director's job now to figure out why. Because obviously it shouldn't be like that. If it was supposed to be like that, the computer would have okayed it. It is my wallet, but it didn't. So. What the launch director is doing right now is communicating with the mission director, and the launch director is mostly communicating with the launch team here to figure out why is it doing that. You got to figure out why. That's the important part. And now you're basically troubleshooting on the fly here. They basically did the equivalent of calling tech support. That's what the launch director is, the user, and the people that are in the launch control center, they're the tech support. They got to figure out why it said no. Any chance it's the weather? I doubt it, Bellum. When you get an immediate abort at auto sequencer start, that usually isn't weather. If there's something wrong with the weather window, they usually go through the entire simulated countdown and then scrub at like right before engine ignition. When the weather is a problem, this seems like a parameter on the vehicle isn't right. If I had to guess. Weather's clear. Perfect. Pad brake. Already ran it. How can I help you, Dish? Yep, that's right. Launch window is closed now. See you in a few days. Oh, yeah, that's right. They were targeting the end of the window. Try turning it on and back off again. Pipsqueak, I'll be 100% honest with you. I've seen launch providers do that before. ULA did that once with Delta 4. Delta 4 did something exactly like this, and ULA
If you are just joining us, you will notice that the clock is stopped. We did have a abort called at T-minus 59 seconds. We're just waiting for some additional information from the teams to provide everyone with an update. The vehicle and payload remain healthy, and we will provide an update as soon as possible.
So this was targeting the end of the launch window. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure that they're going to try again, fellas. Remember the Ethernet cable with SLS? Yeah, Snackless, right? Hey, how's work, dude? Everything good? You must be like a pig in poop, dude. Guy, I'm taking a hiatus from racing right now because I have too much on my plate. Wedding and just, yeah, too much on my plate. I need the weekends off, dude. Except for GTA. I'll be back for GTA tomorrow. Pretty much Brimstone, right? Just field 5 T-38s. I'll send you some pictures. Cool. When's the wedding? It's in the summer. Yeah, Thomas, okay. On a positive note, I got your dedicated WAM updated today. Nice. We have a date for the wedding. It's sometime in the summer. I don't want to say exactly when. That's cool, Hellfish. Really neat. Thanks, Apocalypsis. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, guys. Ciao, EJ. I hope the rocket lifts off. Lemon, it's not looking good. Yeah, fellas, but you'd be surprised. We've definitely seen them literally turn the rocket back off. So cycle it. They've shut the auto sequencer off, turned it back on, and then told it to ignore the out-of-family parameter and sent the rocket anyway. ULA's definitely done that. Yeah, they just said... The rocket says it's fine. The rocket says it's bad, but it's not bad. So send it, and they sent it, and it worked. They literally power cycled the rocket before. That has happened. But see, here's the thing: they power cycled the rocket because they knew that.
Again, we did call an abort at T-minus 59 seconds. They knew that the vehicle and payload remain healthy. Keep in mind the purpose of the countdown is to help us catch potential issues prior to flight. There are thousands of ways to launch a rocket, and there's only one way that it can go right. Given that, we are overly cautious on the ground, and if the team or vehicle sees anything that just looks even slightly off, they will stop the countdown. Again, the vehicle and payload are in good health, but this will end our launch attempt for today. The next launch opportunity is tomorrow at 8:26 p.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully you'll all join us. Thank you for joining us today, and we will see you next time.
Well, looks like I'm working for the weekend. Falcon Heavy into GTA racing, dudes? All right, so Falcon Heavy Viasat 3 Americas did a 24-hour scrub. The auto sequencer on board Falcon Heavy saw an anomalous parameter.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And SpaceX, whatever it was, it's something that they can't troubleshoot from the Launch Control Center. So they're going to detank the vehicle and do a 24-hour scrub. 24-hour scrub doesn't necessarily mean that they know what's wrong. They just at least need a day. This could launch tomorrow. It could launch next week. It really depends on how severe of a out-of-family parameter that they found. Basically, when you go to launch a rocket, with most modern rockets, I should say, you have an auto sequencer. The auto sequencer is looking for a bunch of things. The auto sequencer is basically the bit of software that governs what the vehicle's doing. The reason why it's called an auto sequencer is because it's sequencing the events of a liftoff. You know, the rocket needs to do the certain things at a certain time to get into space correctly. Like it needs to turn at the right time, and it needs to stage at the right time, and it needs to deploy the fairing at the right time, and it needs to shut the engines off at the right time, and it needs to turn the engines on when it's lifting off at the right time. The auto sequencer is the bit of software that basically controls all that. Auto sequencers on rockets, when you initiate the auto sequencer, it's looking for parameters that it's basically looking for all the starting parameters to be good. It basically checks prop temperatures, all the sensors on board for like the engines, temperature sensors on the engines, pressure sensors on the engine. There's a bunch of sensors on the vehicles, and they are all feeding information to the auto sequencer. And if the auto sequencer sees that one of those sensors is not giving you the right data, it'll immediately just say, nah, it's not my wallet. And that seems to be what happened. And yeah, because they did a 24-hour scrub, it's something that they can't fix remotely from the Launch Control Center. I know that as much, because if it was something they could fix from the LCC, they would have done it, and they would have tried to launch, right? I mean, they did launch at the end of the launch window too, but yeah, it is what it is. But either way, 24-hour scrub. I'll see you guys here tomorrow for that launch, and then we'll play GTA Racing after it. So that should be fun. We'll actually do GTA Racing while it's coasting, and then when GTA Racing finishes, we'll see them deploy those satellites. That actually ends up being a lot cooler. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your Friday. I'm going to go watch hockey because I want to watch my Bruins. The Bruins, they're not doing very good from what I understand. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I hope you enjoyed this. Let's see who we can drop that raid on. Who we dropping the raid on? Hockey ball. It's stick puck, please. Have a good night and have some burgers. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. How about we see what Middleditch is up to? We haven't rated Middleditch in a while. He's doing some GTA or Red Dead Redemption RP. Now, I know, like, people are like, oh, great, another RP. So the thing about Middleditch is that he's a trained improv actor, and he's damn good at RP, and it's like watching 1883, if you know the show. Really, really good. Like, he's a damn good improv actor. So the RP is top shelf. Let's go see what he's up to. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for another shot at doing this Falcon Heavy launch. We've been waiting on this one for a good while, but yeah. Night, Victory. Night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good Friday night. He has huge RP-ness. Yep. Yep. It only took me after I said that, Hazanku, to realize what you were saying, but yeah. Go drop a raid on him. And now this is weird. I'm leaving. Bye. You freaking dick. I'm supposed to be educational. You're ruining my show. What are you doing? Go raid Middleditch, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow.